Chapter 62. Accompanied by the melodious music, Rin Ito and Rita Ito finished the ending of the Miko dance. After a long while, the tourists, who seemed to have recovered from the rare silence, generously gave their applause and complimented the witches who praised them. When the witches finished their dance, the tourists also began to participate in the entertainment activities of the summer festival. People with partners, led by their partners, formed a large circle with other participants, a man and a woman interspersed with each other, dancing hand to hand. The rest of the tourists, who were not interested in dancing, went to the main road of the park, where there were stalls set up by the city's various businesses or small businesses, such as goldfish fishing, squid barbecue. As long as it could be seen in the anime summer festival, there are basically stalls here. You danced really well. Seito greeted the two sisters who came down from the high platform, handed the shoes in his hand to them, and praised. Really, it seems that our dancing skills haven't regressed. Suzu Ito took the shoes handed by Seito, bent down and put them on, and said while putting them on, she didn't care at all. The loose witch's clothes showed her body when she bent down. Don't you want to go shopping? After putting on the shoes, Itung Ling asked Seito and Ito Rita. I don't care. Seito shrugged and looked at Rita, who had just put on the shoes. Let's go shopping, Rita said while fixing the bun on her ear. Well, let's go and have a look together, Suzu Ito decided, and then led the two to the main road of the park. Soon the three of them came to the main road that had completely turned into a small market. The three of them strolled around excitedly. If they saw something they liked or wanted to eat, they would ask Seito to pay for it. This was the real purpose of Suzu Ito's proposal, and she said proudly, there is no reason to ask a lady to pay for it. After almost all the small vendors, Suzu Ito let go of Seito, and the three of them went their separate ways. It's just that Seito suddenly found that it doesn't seem to be much fun to go shopping by himself. He found a secluded place and sat down, looking at the lively crowd not far away. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the grove behind Seito, followed by a burst of panting and deliberately suppressed moans from the grove. Seito, who had been sitting there, was stunned. He thought to himself, they must have met a pair of wild mandarin ducks. When he was thinking about whether to disturb the pair of wild mandarin ducks, he heard a low muffled groan, and then the two of them panted violently and heard the familiar rustling sound. The two of them actually ended the battle. Itunxing was a little surprised when he thought about the time that had passed. He was a little stunned and thought to himself, that's too short. A moment later, a man and a woman with messy clothes came out of the grove. The man's spirit was sluggish but excited, and the woman's expression was full of unsatisfied pleasure. When the two of them saw Seito, who had been sitting there, their faces changed. They immediately lowered their heads and walked quickly past Seito, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Oh, Seito whispered to himself. He felt that this was the happiest thing that had happened to him. Seito looked at the time and felt that the old man was almost done. He got up and went back to the gathering point. Suzu Ito and Ito Rina were already waiting there. Sure enough, after a while, the old man, Ito Kikujiro, also came over. They took the car that had been prepared and returned to the shrine. After returning to the shrine, the Ito family sat in the living room, waiting for the old man to speak. After a long silence, Don Ito said with a serious face, the summer festival is over. Now we have to prepare for the Yulon Hungry Ghost Festival. Yulon Hungry Ghost Festival? Isn't it over? Seito asked with some surprise. It is indeed over, but it is not completely over. The Yulon Hungry Ghost Festival in Japan will end on August 21st at the latest. During this time, it will be a parade day for 100 ghosts. Seito's mother, Eriko, explained to Seito, a parade of 100 ghosts. Seito was shocked. Yes. Old man Ito nodded, then chuckled. But you don't have to be too nervous. Under normal circumstances, the 100 ghosts are relatively restrained. Their action route basically starts from Kyushu and ends in Kyoto. During the whole process, there will be supervision from various shrines. Our main defense in Tokyo is some ghost view from other places passing by. As for the urban area, the Ministry of Environment will be responsible for it. I see. Seito nodded thoughtfully. If it was just some ghost view from other places rushing to Kyoto, it would not be a big problem. So during this period, especially before and after the summer festival, because of the excessive flow of people, it is easy to cause some trouble, so the three of you have to be more careful. Don Ito glanced at his mother, Eriko, eldest sister, Suzu Ito, and Sei Ito, and said seriously, "Yes." The three of them responded immediately. As for the second sister, Reina, she turned her head to the side and remained silent. However, she also knew that this was for her own good. Even her own little brother could participate in the operation, but she felt very indignant that she was left alone. After discussing the important matters, the few of them briefly talked about some trivial matters, and the family gathering was declared over. The few of them left the main living room and returned to their rooms. In the backyard, a black shadow suddenly flashed out. Looking at the figure, it was obviously a female, holding a slender stick more than a meter long wrapped in cloth in her hand, and quickly walked out of the shrine. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was also a woman, but she was clearly much more mature than the previous one. She also held a stick-like item and followed. "Is that eldest sister and second sister?" Sei Ito thought with some hesitation, and then immediately felt that there was another person looking in the direction of the two people leaving. When he turned his gaze, he was surprised to find that it was his mother, Eriko, with a calm face. She must have been agitated by the arrangement just now. Sei Ito thought for a moment, and roughly guessed Ito Reina's mentality. As a 17 or 18-year-old girl, her rebellious mentality, coupled with the fact that even her little brother, who was not as good as her before, could participate in the operation, mixed with her own complex feelings, led to her subconscious wanting to prove that she could do it, and thus made an immature action. But when she thought of her eldest sister, she put down her worries, turned back to the room, and took out a Tao book to read. It was not until late in the night that two light footsteps sounded that Sei Ito's mind was called back. After a little sensing, he found that his eldest sister and second sister had returned. The corners of his mouth subconsciously hung a trace of a smile, and then he read the book in his hand again. Soon after, he put the book in his hand aside, turned off the light, and went to bed. "Thank God I'm Demon King 01. Decisively, a wave of fire was born from his dantian, and he had an impulse to explode. Finally, I've completed the summer festival. Without the female lead, writing the summer festival is really self-torture." Chapter 63. Because it was summer vacation, Ito Reina didn't have to go to school, and Suzu Ito had a 3-day holiday to attend the summer festival. So for the next 3 days, the Ito family lived in the shrine. During the day, they practiced and studied. At night, they split up. Sei Ito and his mother each went in one direction to ensure the stability of the city. Because it was during the Night of 100 Ghosts, the famous big ghosts had all run to Kyushu or the cities around the Night of 100 Ghosts to stay. The ghosts near Tokyo were all nameless little ghosts or wild ghosts who wanted to join the fun, so it was very easy to clean them up. It was so easy that sometimes a talisman could solve the problem. Even if they encountered a slightly stronger ghost spirit, Sei Ito and the others could easily solve it with their own means. 3 days later, Suzu Ito left the team and returned to the city to work. The entire task fell on the shoulders of Ito's Sei and his mother, Eriko. Although the area they cleared was a little larger, after 3 days of sweeping, they didn't manage to save any wandering ghosts. Even the newly born earthbound spirits were rarely seen. It wasn't much more troublesome than a few days ago. On the contrary, it was much easier. In this way, the area where the shrine was located was peaceful. There were no demons or ghosts, which improved the security of the city a lot. The Yulan Hungry Ghost Festival finally passed safely. His mother, Eriko, returned to their home in the city with Ito Reina. Sei Ito stayed in the shrine to continue to study and improve his spiritual ability as fast as possible. A month later, feeling that he had really entered a bottleneck this time, Sei Ito once again found Don Ito and asked his grandfather to go out and practice with the same excuse as last time. Although the old man was very puzzled about why his grandson had so many bottlenecks, he didn't ask and happily agreed for the sake of Seito's diligence. After Seito explained to his mother again, he pretended to carry a big bag on his back, took a samurai sword from the Ito family, and stepped out of the Ito shrine. With the purpose of traveling and increasing his knowledge in the real world, Seito took the Shinkansen to Kyoto and headed toward the ancient heart of Japan. After about half a day, Itanshin finally set foot on the soil of the capital. The first thing he saw was the lofty Heaven's Guard Pavilion, the ancient buildings around it, and the quaint streets of the city, all of which gave off a sense of time. Of course, this was only on the surface. What truly shocked Seito was that when he stepped onto the soil of the Kyoto, an obvious pressure instantly descended around him, suppressing the circulation of his spirit force. Even his mental force, which was suppressed by the laws of this world, was affected once again. Only the chi cultivated by the nameless life force technique was not affected and continued to circulate. What a big barrier. As expected of the ancient Kyoto, the entire Kyoto is covered in a barrier. Seito was shocked, but he quickly recovered. It was only a barrier, and it could have been left behind by a predecessor. What was there to be shocked about? Thinking like this, Seito calmed down. Although his spirit force was still suppressed, Seito's battle prowess was not limited to spirit force. He strode toward the Heaven's Guard Pavilion. His pace was not very fast. Along the way, Seito leisurely admired the ancient buildings of Kyoto. It was as if he was a tourist, and he would stop to admire the beautiful scenery from time to time. However, only Seito knew that every time he stopped, he would stop at places where the spirit force fluctuations were more obvious. Every time he stopped, he would find a shop or a small building near the center of the spirit force fluctuations. There would always be a person with spirit force in that shop or small building. Although the other party's strength was not necessarily very strong, and it could be said that most of them were weaker than Ito's say, but in a place like Kyoto, who knew if there was some special method to be arranged to guard this spiritual point that obviously had a special purpose? If it wasn't for, say, Ito sealing his spirit force fluctuations and using his chi to cover it up, he might have been discovered by these people and caused some other consequences. Say, Ito carefully looked at a few more scenic spots. He found that the deeper he went, the fewer the spirit points, but the more powerful they became. Moreover, the guards were stronger than the ones before. Say, Ito, who wanted to be careful, gave up on going deeper and turned to leave. On the outskirts of Kyoto, Seito stood at the top of a small mountain and looked at Kyoto. Under the effect of his spirit force, he could clearly see a huge protective barrier covering the sky above Kyoto. The surrounding air was pulled in a strange direction by the protective barrier and finally gathered in the area where Heaven's Guard Pavilion was. It flowed back down into the earth veins and then rose into the sky outside the barrier, forming a never-ending cycle. It really is a big deal, Seito muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him. A moment later, his mind shook and he said to the Rubik's Cube, "Can I choose the world I want to go to now?" Yes, the user's mental strength has reached the standard and can choose a world. However, please note that the user's mental strength is still too low. Please choose carefully. Then I'll choose a general category, and you'll be responsible for choosing. Is that okay? Seito frowned. Okay. Are there any worlds where I can train my ki? Seito thought as he looked at Kyoto. Since his spirit force was suppressed, if he wanted to survive in Kyoto, strengthening his ki was imperative. So, if he wanted to go to another world, he would choose a world where the rules leaned towards ki. Yes. Does the user confirm this choice? Confirm, Seito said without hesitation. Selection confirmed. Initiating transmission. The void shattered and a passage opened. Seito's body turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the top of the mountain. However, not long after he left, several figures appeared one after another at the place where he had disappeared. They looked at each other, and some left immediately. Some were on guard against each other, and their killing intent surged. Some retreated to the side to watch the tigers fight. All of this had nothing to do with Seito. At the other end of the passage, Seito, who had returned to his human form, closed his eyes and felt the power of the world pour into him. After a new disguise was formed, he sensed his own situation. First of all, his ki was much more active than when he was in the main world. It seemed that as long as he made a move, he would be able to trigger the outside world. His spirit force wasn't suppressed or strengthened, but he felt a bit weaker. Finally, his thoughts were still suppressed, but the suppression wasn't as strong as when he was in the main world. It was a lot looser. Clearly, this was because the energy of his thoughts was close to ki. This feeling is really great. Seito looked down at his hands that were clenched into fists. He felt the power in his body and muttered to himself. Then, he fiercely punched the wall beside him. A huge crack appeared on the wall. The crack spread at a speed that seemed slow, but was actually very fast. It didn't stop until it formed a crater with a diameter of half a realm. Then, the rubble on the wall seemed to have completed its mission and fell to the ground, revealing a corner of the old mansion behind the wall. At this moment, Ito-sei began to look at his surroundings. Sure enough, he still needed to improve his daily life. He felt much more comfortable writing about other things. Chapter 64. Obviously, it was too late for Seito to pay attention to his surroundings. At this moment, a delicate shout, accompanied by an attack from a black shadow, arrived in front of Seito. Who is it? A short, childlike figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito. The wooden sword in her hand was brandished and chopped down. The wind pressure brought by the powerful sword force pressed down on Seito, who was still in a daze. Fortunately, Seito's reaction to danger was very strong. His body almost subconsciously flashed back. Then he jumped up and somersaulted 180 degrees in the air and landed on the other side of the destroyed wall, which was the courtyard where the building was located. Bang! The attack of the short girl landed on the ground, causing cracks and fragments to appear on the cement floor. Until now, Seito was able to see her figure clearly. Her long, grayish-blue hair was scattered to the back of her feet. Two long, insect-like hairs stood up and curved outwards. She was wearing a cherry blossom-patterned kimono with a blue skirt. On her feet was a pair of small wooden clogs. On her round face were two big eyes staring at Seito without blinking. Her sharp and beautiful eyes were staring at Seito. This outfit made Seito feel very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Who are you? Why did you destroy my house's wall? The girl asked. I didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Seito, who was called back to reality, said embarrassedly. Who are you trying to fool? Why did you have to destroy our Zeo family's wall? Moreover, our Zeo family is the only building nearby. Who would believe that you didn't do it on purpose? The girl shouted. I really didn't pay attention to this, but I really didn't do it on purpose. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Seito bitterly smiled. Humph, do you really think I'm a fool? Tell me your purpose, or I'll beat it out of you. The girl raised the wooden sword in her hand and pointed it straight at Seito. I still need to use my fist to talk. Seito sighed. Both of his hands were in a baji stance, and looked at the girl with a serious expression. You really are a martial artist. It seems that my guess was right. Since you want to suffer, then don't blame me for being impolite. After the girl finished speaking, she stomped her foot, and a small cyclone rose from under her feet. It was like a small whirlwind that dissipated into the air in an instant. Seito was on guard. The moment the girl rushed over, he stretched out his hand in an attempt to push her weapon away. But when his hand touched the wooden sword, a soft but hard force hit his hand and bounced his hand away. This directly affected Seito's attack rhythm. He hurriedly took a few steps to dodge the girl's subsequent attack, and then took the opportunity to stabilize his body. But one wrong step after another, even though he stabilized his body, the girl's attack continued. In addition, Seito was obviously not used to using ki, forcing Seito to retreat again and again. Finally, she found a flaw in Seito's defense and swept a horizontal slash at Seito's waist, sending Sei Ito flying far away. Behind the direction Ito Mori flew out, there was a huge wall of a house. Boom! Sei Ito's body, driven by the girl's ki, directly penetrated the wall and flew into the house. Finally, he fell into a huge pool, causing a splash. Not good, that's the bathroom. Yi is still inside. After seeing the direction Sei Ito flew in, the girl's expression changed. The cyclone under her feet appeared again, and she rushed into the house through the hole that Sei Ito had created. Just then, she saw a naked 16 or 17-year-old girl with brown hair who looked 8 or 9% similar to the girl crawling in front of Sei Ito. She looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Phew! The girl was slightly relieved, and then shouted, Yi, why aren't you leaving? Eh. At this time, Sei Ito also recovered from the shock. When he opened his eyes, he saw a naked girl kneeling beside him and looking at him curiously. Her huge breasts were hanging in front of his eyes, and 2 little pink grapes were swaying in front of his eyes. Bastard, you're still looking. The girl obviously noticed Sei Ito's gaze and shouted. At the same time, she also woke up the girl beside her. Then, the girl quickly rushed to Sei Ito's side, reached out, grabbed Sei Ito, and threw him out of the pool. He fell onto the cold ground. Yi, go back and change your clothes first. Yi looked at Sei Ito on the ground with a strange expression. She seemed to be hesitating, but in the end, she didn't seem to hear the girl's order. She ran to Sei Ito's side, picked up Sei Ito's head, and kissed Sei Ito's mouth in front of Sei Ito and the girl's stunned eyes. After a moment, Yi looked up at Sei Ito and smiled. Hello, my name is Zeo, Yi. Marry me. In the Zeo family's martial arts training hall, while Sei Ito was taking a shower and changing his clothes, the 2 sisters were practicing. After Zeo Yi threw Yi to the ground, she asked seriously, I say, Yi, are you serious? Yi didn't answer immediately. Zeo, Yi continued, as a member of the Zeo family, you must give your body to him. Marriage is a family rule from hundreds of years ago. We don't need to continue to follow this rule. But I heard that Mom and Grandma got married like this. Yi said very casually. Her tone infuriated Jinyi. It's okay, don't worry, I'm just saying. Well, actually it's not like that. When I saw him, I felt like I was being electrocuted. My heart said, here it comes. Yi paused and continued. How should I say it? It's like fate. Yi. Zeo Yi was speechless and could only look at the happy Yi. At this time, Sei Ito, who had changed into the clothes prepared by Yi and Zeo Yi, also arrived at the scene. When she saw Zeo Yi, who had become bigger, she just politely greeted her. Although she felt that the kimono she was wearing was very similar to the little girl, just now, she didn't think that the 2 were the same person. She just asked curiously, where's the little girl just now? Hearing Sei Ito's words, Yi snickered and looked at her sister Zeo Yi from time to time. Hey, no need to look. That little girl just now was me. Zeo Yi didn't care about Yi's snickering and said, you? Sei Ito looked up and down at Zeo Yi in disbelief. Her eyes were full of disbelief, especially when her gaze fell on the chest and other parts. The difference was too big. Bastard! What are you looking at? Zeo Yi roared angrily. After Sei Ito accepted the fact that Zeo Yi was the little girl, the 2 groups knelt together. Zeo Yi asked Sei Ito, now, you should introduce yourself. End of the 4th watch. Sure enough, I have to work hard to write without a draft. Chapter 65. Sei Ito, I am currently wandering. Sei Ito introduced himself very seriously. Of course, he was serious. Except for his name, he didn't say anything else. You bastard, are you joking with us? The blue veins on Zhany's forehead seemed to be bulging as he gritted his teeth and said, I am not joking. I am indeed wandering. Sei Ito ignored Zhany's anger and said indifferently, Sister, I believe Ito-san did not lie to us. Yi suddenly said, interrupting Zhanyi, who still wanted to ask something. So Ito-san doesn't have a place to live now. After Yi comforted Jinyi, he asked Sei Ito, Yes, I just came to this city and am not familiar with everything, so I don't have a place to stay at the moment. Ito nodded and admitted. In that case, you can live in our house first. Yi clapped his hands in front of his chest and said with a smile. Yi! Zheng Yi shouted angrily. Sister, Ito-san doesn't have a place to stay. Anyway, our house is very big. Yi looked at his sister with a smile, his eyes revealing a serious look. Okay. Zheng Yi looked at Yi and sighed helplessly, then turned to Ito and continued. Boy, you can live in Zao's house temporarily, but if I find out that you're doing something wrong, don't blame me for being impolite. Thank you very much. You have helped me a lot. Ito looked at this super development with some astonishment, but after thinking about it, he agreed. After solving Ito's problem, the two sisters didn't have any more messages, so they continued to practice. Yi took Ito to the empty guest room to arrange his accommodation. By the way, Ito-san doesn't seem to have bowed. After Yi brought Ito to the guest room, he realized that Ito seemed to be empty-handed. Ito was speechless. Should she tell him that her clothes were all in the space? Doesn't that mean you don't have a change of clothes? Yi looked at Ito awkwardly and finally decided, I've decided. Let's go shopping in the afternoon and buy some daily necessities for Mr. Ito. Well, thank you, Yi. Also, you don't have to call me Mr. Ito. I'm not used to it. Just call me Ito or Ah-chung. Ito sighed. He was helpless against Yi's presumptuous behavior. Then call me Ah-chung. It's more intimate, Yi said with a happy face. Her body unconsciously hugged Ito's arm. Her plump breasts were tightly clamped on Ito's arm. Although I don't understand what's going on with Yi, this feeling is very good. Ito felt the soft and tender touch on his arm, and his mind was filled with dirty thoughts. He didn't take Yi's words about marriage seriously. In the afternoon, after having lunch with Yi and Zheng Yi changed into casual clothes and walked out of Zao's house with Ito. They went to the nearest shopping mall to buy daily necessities for Ito. Yi, do you know where I can exchange gold nearby? Ito asked Yi on the way. Gold? Yi looked at Ito and asked. Yes, because I don't have any money, so I want to find a place to exchange gold to sell some gold for money. Ito said. Hey, Ah-chung doesn't have any money on him, but it doesn't matter. I can pay for it. Yi said as a matter of fact. Yi, although what you said makes me secretly happy, it hurts a man's face. Ito helplessly sighed and said, You should take me to the place to exchange gold. I can't live off your money in the future. I'm not a gigolo. I'm sorry, Ah-chung, I understand. Yi solemnly responded and took Ito to the place to exchange gold. After arriving, Ito took out a gold bar from his arms that he had brought from another world and exchanged it for the currency of this world. He wrapped it in a large craft paper and put it in his arms. After that, he continued to follow Yi to the shopping mall near their destination. After arriving at the shopping mall, Yi directly pulled Ito to the men's department. Like a little wife, she picked out clothes for Ito. Every time she picked something, she would let Ito try it on. Only when she was satisfied would she buy it. Sure enough, a woman's talent for shopping was the same no matter which world it was in. After shopping crazily for an afternoon, Yi bought a lot of clothes, daily necessities, and even underwear for Ito. If Ito didn't insist on doing it himself, Yi would have done it all for him. Seeing how busy Yi was for him, Ito also found an opportunity to buy 2 sets of clothes for Yi. This made Yi very happy. Her face was full of smiles for the entire afternoon. Especially when she took the clothes, she even kissed Ito. Of course, she didn't forget about Yi. She bought 2 sets of clothes for him that were slightly bigger than Yi's body. They spent a lot of money shopping this afternoon. They spent almost half of the money that they had exchanged for gold. After returning home, Yi once again rushed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ito returned to his room. He piled the clothes at the foot of the wall, laid down on the bed, and fell asleep. It wasn't until Yi came to call him to eat that he got up. He picked up the clothes that he had given to Zheng Yi and went to the living room. Ah-chung, you're here, Yi called out happily. It seemed that Yi was very happy today. Ito nodded. He came to Zheng Yi's side and handed over the clothes in his hand. Today, Yi accompanied me to buy clothes and bought you a set of clothes. For me? Zhen Yu was a little surprised. This was the first time someone had given him clothes. He shyly took it and said, "Thank you." Then sister, quickly take a look and see if you like it. Ah Chung, and I picked it together for sister. Yi interjected from the side. What are you looking at? Let's eat first. Zhen Yu was still a little shy and changed the topic. Yes. The two of them responded and began to eat dinner together. After dinner, the three sat in the courtyard in front of the dojo and chatted. Zhen Yi asked, "Ah Chung, I saw that your martial arts foundation was very good this morning. Which school are you from?" "School? I'm not sure. It's all family heirlooms," Sei Ito replied. "Is that so? What are your plans for the future?" "It's not good to have plans. But first, I need to familiarize myself with this city." Zhen Yi stood up and said, "I have a suggestion." "Oh." Sei Ito looked at Zhen Yi in confusion. "In a few days, Yi will enter Imperial Lineage Academy. Since you're about the same age, why don't you go there too?" Zhen Yi's voice was a little light. "Imperial Lineage Academy?" Sei Ito muttered to himself in confusion. Ah Chung doesn't know about Imperial Lineage Academy? Yi, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, heard Sei Ito's muttering and asked. "Indeed." Sei Ito nodded in agreement. However, the two of them looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 66. Jindo Academy is a cradle of martial artists that was banned by the government and the shogunate during the Meiji period. It's an academy that gathers almost all of Japan's martial arts schools and their successors, Zhen Yi explained after a moment of silence. Then he sized up Sei Ito with a strange gaze and said, "You obviously belong to a certain school, yet you don't know about Jindo Academy. I really wonder which mountain you came from." "Ah, is that so?" Sei Ito smiled embarrassedly. "But forget it. I'm not in the mood to pursue which mountain you came from. What do you think of my suggestion?" Zhen Yi asked. "It doesn't matter. I don't have any goals anyway. Since it's your suggestion, I'll listen to you," Sei Ito said with a shrug. "All right. I'll settle the matter of your enrollment in the next 2 days." Zhen Yi nodded and said directly. "Okay," Sei Ito said with a smile. "That's great. When the time comes, Ah Chung and Yi will enter Sister's Soft Sword Division together. I believe it will definitely make Sister's Soft Sword Division stronger," Yi said happily. Yi, do you want to enter the Soft Sword Division?" Zhen Yi heard Yi's words and suddenly turned to look at Yi. "That's right," Yi said firmly. "You'll get injured. Do you still want to enter the Soft Sword Division?" Zhen Yi asked with a frown. "Of course. I'll definitely join the Soft Sword Division," Yi replied seriously. "Forget it. Do as you wish," Zhen Yi said angrily. Then, he turned and left, leaving Yi and Sei Ito staring at each other. "Yi, there's something I'd like to ask." Sei Ito couldn't take it anymore and said, "When I was fighting with your sister today, she used a technique. Although it felt like ki to me, it wasn't ki. Do you know what it was?" "That's anger," Yi said matter-of-factly. "Why is it different from mine?" Sei Ito looked at Yi in confusion. "What's the difference?" Yi looked at Sei Ito in confusion and asked. "Forget it. If you don't understand, you'll understand after a fight," Sei Ito said helplessly. "Sure," Yi replied. The two of them stood up and went to the training ground. Neither of them used any weapons and fought barehanded. "Be careful," Sei Ito said. "Don't underestimate me. I'm very strong." "Ah Chung," Yi replied with a smile. After saying that, the two of them became serious. First, they confronted each other, using their eyes and senses to look for flaws in each other's body. However, they found that both of them were very tight and had no flaws. Therefore, the two of them chose to use brute force at the same time. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time. Their fast figures seemed to teleport. They suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the center of the training ground at the same time. The two of them attacked each other with their palms. Sei Ito still used Chinese Kung Fu to start the fight, while Yi used Japanese Jutsu to fight. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, they found that each other's strength and skills were outstanding. They only touched each other once, and instantly separated to look for the next opportunity to attack. The two of them each had their own advantages. Yi used a unique way of using ki in this world. Seito used techniques and theories for various worlds. For example, Seito was now preparing to use danger perception, which he had learned in the main world, and the theory of the air control circle from the world of the #1 disciple in history. The combination of the two theories instantly produced a strange flash. Even if Ie's special application of ki made Seito uncomfortable, he did not fall into a disadvantage. The two of them quickly used their own techniques to knock down each other. They did not notice that Zhang Yi, who had returned, was watching the two of them fight. That Ah Cheng is using Chinese Kung Fu, and there are some shadows of other Kung Fu. It's very mixed, and I can't see any school of origin. Also, the techniques and theories he is using in the fight don't seem to belong to any school that I know of. This Ah Cheng is too mysterious, Zhenyi said to himself as he observed Seito's fight. On the other side, Yi saw that he could not defeat Seito after attacking for a long time. He wondered if he should use Jujube Flow's secret technique, but he was afraid of hurting Seito. But in this moment of hesitation, Seito decisively took advantage of Ye's momentary lapse in concentration and attacked Ye's chest with an elbow strike. In his panic, Yi could only cross his arms in front of his chest and hastily use ki to defend. Boom! Ye's body was forced back 4 or 5 steps before he stopped. Well, is this the difference in ki that Ah Cheng mentioned? Yi at this time truly felt the difference in ki that Seito mentioned. Obviously, the attack power was not as violent as the ki he used, but the flexibility was stronger than the ki he used. If he was not wrong, if the ki invaded his body, it would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. And the most important point was that when launching an attack, there was no time to gather ki, which was completely different from the ki used by ordinary people. No time to gather chi means that he can launch a faster, more powerful attack without any flaws. When we fought in the morning, I felt that Ah Cheng's ki was very strange. If I had to find a similar type of person, that person would probably be Ah Cheng. But it's not the same. What kind of inheritance would have this kind of special ki? Zhang Yi also noticed Seito's movements. His pupils shrank, and he anxiously thought about the information of various schools. Ah Cheng, be careful. I'm going to be serious. Yi said, and the ki around his body began to become active. In Seito's perception, Yi was like a heat source gathering heat. Then Yi quickly rushed in front of Seito, both hands tightly grasping Seito's attacking arm. Jujube Flow, Diamond Fall, Breaking Strike. Yi used a special ki to attack Seito's ki defense, and at the same time skillfully grabbed Seito and threw him to the ground. The violent impact left a human-shaped mark on the ground. This was because Yi was afraid that he would be too ruthless and cause Seito to suffer. Ah Cheng, are you okay? After releasing Seito, Yi asked with some concern. I'm fine. Seito sat up from the ground and shook his dizzy head. He thought to himself, fortunately, my ki blocked the opponent's ki at the end, so I have extra ki to defend myself. Otherwise, with just my ki alone, this attack would have been enough to make me suffer. Phew, that's good. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Yi is really powerful, Seito praised with a smile. You're too kind. It's because Ah Cheng is not familiar with my type of ki. Once Ah Cheng is familiar with it, I believe he will be stronger than me, Yi said seriously. Yi is right. Ah Cheng, if you're familiar with the application of our ki, I believe your strength will definitely improve further, Zheng Yi said at this time. Sister, the two were stunned at the same time and looked at Zheng Yi, who was walking over. Yi even called out. Seito smiled and said, Is that so? It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Starting tomorrow, you will also train with us. I will help you familiarize yourself with the application of ki faster, Zheng Yi decided. Okay, I can't ask for more. Seito smiled, took Yi's hand, and stood up from the ground. Then the three of them chatted for a while, washed up, and returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 67. The next day, the three of them walked into the dojo in the Zhao family's courtyard one after another. Zheng was still wearing his kimono, Yi was wearing a training suit that resembled a witch's outfit, and Sei Ito was wearing a new set of casual clothes. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zheng Yi asked Yi to practice his swordsmanship on the side while he walked over to Sei Ito. What do you know about Qi? It's the essence of the human body, the innate Qi, and the warm current flowing in the body that can interact with the world. This is what I know about Qi, Sei Ito said. Zheng Yi was a little surprised. From this, Zheng Yi could roughly understand why Sei Ito's Qi was so strange. It was because the two of them had different understandings. Well, then I'll also talk about what I know about Qi, Zheng Yi said. The Qi I know about is something that everyone's body is born with. It's scattered in the body, and it can only be drawn by special methods. It can communicate with the Qi in the surrounding world, but it's also different. This is what I know about Qi. Scattered in the body. This is very similar to the theory of blood circulation in Chinese martial arts, but there are obvious differences. It's similar to the concept of Nian, Sei Ito thought to himself. You've also noticed the difference in our understanding of Qi, right? Zheng Yi asked when he saw that Sei Ito was deep in thought. Yes, your understanding of Qi is somewhat similar to the understanding of Qi in a system of martial arts I know, Sei Ito nodded. Tell me about the martial arts system you know, Zheng Yi asked with interest. It's a country's martial arts system. Their theory of the operation of Qi is similar to what you said. However, they don't talk about Qi, but blood and Qi. The force that drives the blood in the body is Qi, which is what they know about Qi, Sei Ito said. Drives the blood in the body. Zheng Yi fell into deep thought. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Soon, Zheng Yi came back to his senses. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's talk about this first. Now, I'll talk about the general way I use this Qi. While speaking, Zheng Yi took a sideways horse stance, put his hands on his waist, and said, "Look carefully. The force comes from the feet. The rotating force generated by the circle, created by the rotation, drives the Qi in the body to quickly gather. Finally, it gathers on the fist and punches." As Zheng Yi spoke, she moved. Visible white gas rose from under her feet and rotated from the bottom to the top of her body, forming a thick Qi in front of her fist. As Zheng Yi punched out, the air exploded and waves of Qi blasted out. The most basic way for us to use our Qi is to be round. Only by making our body complete will our Qi be complete, and only then will our attacks be powerful, Zheng Yi said to Sei Ito as he straightened his body. As expected, Sei Ito had seen circles everywhere in Zheng Yi's movements, so he had already guessed that Zheng Yi's Qi usage was based on circles. When Zheng Yi confirmed it, Sei Ito's speculation was confirmed. "It smells like Tai Chi," Sei Ito said. Tai Chi? Zheng Yi was stunned again. Tai Chi really didn't exist in this world. The fists that were circulating in the market now were purely for fighting. Therefore, it was understandable that Zheng Yi didn't know about such a fist technique. Yes, Tai Chi is a fist technique whose central idea is to use softness to overcome hardness. The concept of circles is everywhere in that fist technique, Sei Ito said. At this time, Zheng Yi suddenly realized that the knowledge he was so proud of seemed so weak in front of Sei Ito. He didn't even know what Sei Ito was talking about. So how could he educate him? By the way, how do you usually store your Qi? Sei Ito suddenly asked a fundamental question. Of course, it's scattered throughout the body. Zheng Yi answered matter-of-factly and looked at Sei Ito doubtfully. He wouldn't say something else that he didn't know, right? Sei Ito was speechless and didn't say anything. Should he say that this was indeed the Japanese style? Did they never store their Qi in the Dantian? He remembered that in the main world, people could still come across the theory of storing Qi in the Dantian. Although it was rare, it wasn't to the point where it was common knowledge to disperse Qi throughout the body. After that, Sei Ito decisively learned from Zheng Yi. After learning some techniques from him, he walked to the side and pondered on it himself. When Zheng Yi saw Sei Ito walk to the side, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Teaching Sei Ito was really stressful. In a corner, Sei Ito sat cross-legged on the ground, silently controlling the ki in his body with his mind. No matter how many times he tried, although the techniques could be applied to his ki, its essence remained unchanged. Therefore, although the power of his ki increased slightly, he couldn't achieve the same effect as Zhen Yi just did. It seems that this world's ki is unique to this world. I have to think of another way. Helpless, Ito could only give up on transforming his ki and focus on another ability in his body that was very similar to this world's ki, telekinesis. The method of controlling psychic energy was much simpler. After trying it a few times, he could clearly feel that the power of psychic energy had increased. Especially when he switched psychic energy to the strengthening type, its power was almost the same as the punch that Zhen Yi had just displayed. Not bad. As long as I use telekinesis as a transfer energy, I can use the techniques of this world. It should be the same even in the main world. After achieving some results, Ito finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't adapt well to this world, his combat power would be further suppressed in this world. At that time, if he encountered any danger and didn't have a way to deal with it, it was very likely that he would end up in a desperate situation. After a few more days, Ito continued to study the application of ki and telekinesis in this world. It wasn't until Zhen Yi came to Ito and told him that he would go with her to the Imperial System Academy tomorrow that Ito finally ended this boring cultivation. Fortunately, the results were good. There was no longer a sense of sluggishness in the application of ki. The application of ki that was close to his body's ki could generally be used quickly in battle. The next morning, Ito, Zhen Yi, and Yi headed to the Imperial System Academy together. However, Zhen Yi once again looked like the first time Ito met her. She looked like a little girl who was only a few years old, sitting leisurely on Ito's shoulder. The layout of the Imperial System Academy wasn't much different from other Japanese schools. Apart from the male students on campus all being strong and fierce, the female students were all in normal standard. It wasn't like the dinosaur-like world that Ito imagined. Zhen Yi first sent Yi to the soft sword department's dojo, then brought Ito to Fan Shi's office. Through Zhen Yi's relationship with Zhen Yi, Ito smoothly obtained the qualifications to enter the Imperial System Academy. After thanking Zhen Yi brought Ito to the soft sword department's activity room. At this time, outside the activity room, a delicate and pretty boy with a strong scholarly aura was staring blankly at Yi, who was practicing his sword. At this time, Zhen Yi jumped down from Ito's shoulder and walked to the boy's side. She directly kicked him, causing him to kneel on the ground. The boy first rubbed his legs, then saw Zhen Yi, who looked like a little girl, and hurriedly called out, "Department? Department head." "Yi, you came really early today," Zhen Yi said as she looked at Yi, who was still practicing his sword. Yes. The boy named Yi stood up and looked at Yi. "Is this the new student who joined the soft sword department that the department head talked about?" "That's right." Zhen Yi nodded. At this time, Ito also came to the two's side. Ito and Yi looked at each other, then nodded to each other as a form of greeting. "Let me introduce you. This is Ito, also a new student this year. He's also a new member of our soft sword department." Zhen Yi pointed at Ito. "This is a second-year student of the Imperial System Academy, one of the last remaining students of the soft sword department, Takayuki Yi." He then pointed at the delicate boy beside him. "Hello. I look forward to your guidance," Ito said politely. "Hello." Yi nodded. As a senior, he still had to be reserved. Pung! The sound of swords returning to their scabbards rang out. Yi had already finished his sword practice. When he saw the three people at the door, he quickly ran over. When he was still a distance away from the door, he stopped and bowed. "I'm a first-year student of the Imperial System Academy, Zhao Yi. From today onwards, I'll be joining the soft sword department." Chapter 68. Over there. Yi, who was sweating profusely after practicing swordsmanship, went to the bathroom behind the school to take a shower. Ito, Takaya, and the childlike Jun Yi were chatting at the entrance of the school when two students in uniform suddenly appeared. One of them, a bald student, pointed at the trio and shouted, "Hey, we're here." The other student, who appeared with the bald student, shouted into the distance. After greeting his companions, he looked at the trio and saw Takaya. "Ah, Takaya is here too. What's wrong?" Takaya saw that the two had pointed out their names, so she immediately stood up and asked, "There are a few bad guys in the school activity. Miss Zao, can you come and help?" When the two walked closer, the trio saw that the two students had bruises on their faces. The bald student covered his injured face and asked the childlike Junyi in a sincere tone, "We can't beat them." The other student looked into the distance with some embarrassment and said in a shameful tone. Hearing the two's words, the trio, who were martial artists, became interested. They got up one by one and followed the two to the scene of the incident. According to the two, the battle was still going on. They all knew martial arts, so their movement speed was much faster than the average person. It only took them a little time to reach the third-year classroom corridor. What they saw was a group of students lying on the ground, each of them clutching their wounds and groaning in pain. Further inside, two fellows who looked like freshmen were fighting with the other freshmen. However, the two of them were clearly not on the same level. The freshmen were beaten down one after another, following in the footsteps of the other freshmen. They're really amazing. The two of them almost defeated everyone. Takaya looked at the wounded people around her and said, "It seems that they're really talented." Zhang Yi also saw the situation of the wounded people and expressed his affirmation of the strength of the two people he had yet to meet. He walked a few steps to the edge of the battlefield and said, "Boys, let me determine who is the strongest among you. Okay, let them go. If you still want to fight, just fight me directly. Let me tell you in advance that I'm very powerful," Shinya said in a low voice with a smile on his face. "Bobo, the old and cunning primary school student, challenged us. What should we do in such a situation?" However, the yellow-haired youth completely ignored Jun Ye's boasting. Instead, he spoke to a dark-skinned foreigner with curly hair who looked like an African. "How would I know?" The foreigner named Bob casually knocked down his opponent and said without looking back, "I'm already 17 years old." Jun Yi was a little angry at the yellow-haired young man's tone, but he didn't immediately make a move. He just mobilized his chi and said, "If you have a problem with my figure, then I'll change my appearance." Zhang Yi formed a seal with his hands and muttered, "Chi in the Dantian, concentrate your mind. All things are wonderful. The way of the heavens is to establish the Yin spirit, and the way of the earth is to establish the soft and the hard." What kind of words are these? They're too strange. This obviously doesn't seem to be the application of Qi. Instead, it seems to be a spell driven by spiritual power. Sei Ito, who had always been in the mindset of saying less and watching more, heard Zhang Ye's chanting and unconsciously frowned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. As Zhang Yi chanted, his figure also began to change. First, his chest suddenly became bigger, then his arms became longer, then his hips, legs, and so on. Finally, he returned to his original adult appearance. However, after the transformation, the kimono that was originally only fit a child's figure suddenly became mismatched. Half of his breast and everything below his thighs were exposed. If he didn't pay attention, he would be in danger of being exposed. This change directly caused the surrounding male students to howl. They transformed into wolves and shouted, "Finally!" It seemed that this was what they had in mind when they called Zheng Yi over. The two youths who had witnessed the entire process were scared silly. Now, the third year of the Imperial Academy, Zhaogong Shinryu. Zhaogong Shinryu, I am Zhaogong Shinryu. Zheng Yi half squatted on the ground, hiding his exposed inner body under his short skirt. He held a wooden sword in his hand and assumed a posture that looked like he was ready to attack at any time. "Hey, pay attention to your image." Ito-sei gently nudged Yashao beside him with his elbow, asking him to put away the pig statue, and said softly, "Oh." Yashao was shocked, then immediately put on a dignified appearance. Bo Boo, that primary school student, suddenly turned into a girl with a heavy body. What should we do? The blonde student asked. I don't know, Bobu still replied. Zhaoliu Qigong Fist Technique 23. If you have skills like mine, these are just insignificant tricks, Zhenyi said. Hey, can you do Zhonye's appearance? Seito heard Zhonye's words and softly asked Yashao, who was next to him. The latter directly shook her head, indicating that she couldn't. Seito, who originally had some thoughts, gave up on learning this technique. It seemed that this wasn't a technique that anyone could learn. Because we have a welcoming party for new members today, and we're going to karaoke later, I'll finish early. Zhenyi attacked as he spoke. Before the blonde boy could react, he slashed down diagonally and sent him flying out of the window. Oh no, I used too much force. Zhenyi muttered in a low voice that no one around him could hear. He quickly ran to the window and looked outside. After all, this was the 3rd floor. However, what he saw was a hole that suddenly appeared in a huge building. Steam was rising from the hole. Don't worry, he won't be injured from falling from this height, the foreigner, Bobu, said as he walked to the window. No, that's not what I'm worried about, Zhenyi said with an ugly expression. He glanced at Seito, who wasn't far away, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He quickly jumped out of the window and chased after the blonde boy. On the other side, Seito, who was baffled by Zhonye's gaze, also didn't know what was wrong. He had no choice but to jump out of the window and land on the ground. He followed closely behind Zhenyi and rushed into the house. In the house, the naked Yi was knocked to the ground by the blonde boy. His mind was a little dazed. However, when Yi saw the blonde boy next to him, his eyes instantly became confused. His body uncontrollably crawled toward the blonde boy, Bo. Yi directly climbed on top of the blonde boy and kissed him on the lips. Zhenyi and Seito, who had just arrived, happened to see this. However, the corner of Zhenyi's mouth twitched. His eyes moved between Seito and the blonde boy. Seito frowned. Although he had been forcefully kissed by Yi before, the woman who said she would be his wife kissed another guy. Although Seito didn't take it seriously, he still felt dissatisfied. He unconsciously walked past Zhenyi to Yi's side. Hey, Ah Chung, Zhenyi called out when he saw Seito's actions. This call directly woke Yi up from his dazed state. Ah! Yi screamed when he saw his actions. He quickly left the blonde boy's side and saw Seito on the side. With an anxious expression, he quickly got up from the ground and ran behind Seito to hide. That Ah Chung. His voice was a little weak. However, Ito Sei didn't speak. At this time, the color of the world in his eyes was different. The huge power of the world collided with each other, causing the camouflage around his body to ripple with the power of the world. At the center of all this, the blonde boy's world power was rapidly changing. Similarly, the changes in world power were obvious for Yi, Zhenyi, and Takayuki, who rushed over. This was the first time Seito had encountered such a situation since he transmigrated. Seito, who didn't know how to deal with it, could only wait silently for everything to end. The changing world power was like a storm in Seito's vision, intertwining and spiraling. There was a lot of original content in this chapter. It only explained why Yi, who had the dragon's eye and could see the future, chose to kiss the protagonist. Looking at the situation of the last 2 chapters, if there was more original content, there might be an extra chapter above. At night, the 3 people returned to their respective rooms. Seito was sitting on the bed and reading a book on Tao. At this time, the entire Zao residence suddenly emitted an oppressive aura of evil intent and resentment. It enveloped the entire Zao residence, causing Seito to be stunned. He put the book into the space and opened the door to the courtyard. In the sky above the Zao residence, there were piles of ugly skeletons. There was a group of evil spirits formed by death, aura, and resentment lingering in the sky. In a short moment, they disappeared as if everything in the sky was just an illusion. What's going on? How can the Zao family have such a deep death, aura, and resentment? How many massacres did it take to create this? Look at the number of evil spirits. There are at least 200 of them. Seito was shocked. For the first time, he had the desire to explore the Zeo family. After waiting for a while and discovering that nothing else happened, Seito returned to his room with a heart full of doubts. He took out the Tao book and read it again. But this time, Seito had no interest in reading the book. After casually flipping through 2 pages, he put the book away and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, after a morning of learning, he discovered that this Imperial Academy was really unique. The courses taught were completely different from the usual Japanese high school students. They were all about Kung Fu. For example, the history of certain Kung Fu, its development and changes, important people, etc. As long as it was related to Kung Fu, it was all part of the cultural curriculum. And what was even more interesting was that the teachers teaching were all powerful people. After a simple morning of bumping into good students, Seito followed the flow of people to the Imperial Academy's cafeteria. Seeing that there weren't many people at the counter, Seito strolled over. Achum! Just as he was preparing to choose what to eat for lunch, Yiye's voice sounded from behind him. That crisp and lively voice directly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. I prepared a bento for you. Let's eat together. Yi ran to Seito's side and said with a smile, "Oh, that's just right. I was thinking about what to eat for lunch." Seito didn't want to be picky. If there was a girl making food for him, then he would eat it. The two found a place to sit side by side. Seito opened Yiye's bento and took a bite. "It's not bad, as long as Ah-chung likes it," Yi said with a face full of happiness. Where's your bento? Take it out and eat together." Seito looked at Yi, who was staring at him, and said, "My bento is in the classroom. Ah-chung, you can continue eating. I just need to look at you," Yi said. Seeing Yi acting like a little wife, Seito, as a normal man, was filled with vanity. He really had the urge to carry Yi home. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that most Japanese girls have the attribute of being idle wives. No wonder there was a saying in China that if you want to find a wife, look for a Japanese man. At this time, another acquaintance appeared in the cafeteria. It was the second-year senior, Takaya Takayuki. When Yi saw him, he greeted him happily. Takayuki also happily bought the food and ran over. She didn't feel like a third wheel at all. Perhaps in her eyes, as long as she could be by Yiye's side, it didn't matter even if she was an unpleasant character. However, Takayuki wasn't the only one who didn't feel like it. Then, 2 more guys who didn't feel like it came in. They were the blonde Sorcerous and the foreigner Bobo from yesterday. However, Sorcerous sat there with a face full of uneasiness. Bobo sat opposite Takayuki and looked at him with interest. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm in a hurry to finish this meal." Takayuki was a little annoyed and said in an unhappy tone, "Well, how many guys are better than you in this school?" "Who are they?" Bobo leaned on the table and touched his chin. "That short girl is one of them. I don't think she's the best one. This is just my hunch. I feel that there are many monsters in this school, right?" Bobo took the other hand to the table. His clenched fist trembled slightly. When he opened his clenched fist, 2 deformed 500 yuan coins fell on the table, making a dang-dang sound. "Why are you asking this?" Takayuki asked. "I'm ready to fight at any time. Do you still need to ask?" Soichiro, who looked uncomfortable at the side, suddenly stood up full of vigor and said confidently, "It seems that both of you are very interested in me. Do I have to look for someone to fight for no reason?" Takayuki looked up at the two and said, "Idiot, you're quite capable. Aren't you very excited now that you're fighting with an expert? But that person isn't you, right?" Kaze Soichiro pointed at Yashao with an expression that said, "I'll teach you." His words directly stunned Takayuki and made Takayuki speechless. What kind of person is the opponent? This is not a reason for you to fight with someone casually. After Takayuki recovered, Takayuki said in a stronger tone, "After hearing what you said, I really feel that way. But you are the same. The person you want to fight is not me, but Masayuki. It doesn't matter." Soichiro's eyes became sharp. "Soichiro, if you can't hold on, I will help you." Bobo retreated to the side and said to Soichiro. At this moment, Zong Ichiro, One of the two, Takagi Yashao and Kaze Soichiro, suddenly made a move. His fist almost disappeared. On the other side, Yashao also moved at the same time. The wooden chopsticks that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time spun twice and stood between her index finger and thumb, blocking Zong Ichiro's fist that was about to hit her chest. Takayuki then put his hands on Soichiro's chest at the moment when Soichiro was shocked by his move, and a burst of chi burst out from his palms. Bagua double colliding palm. It seems that I really need to write an extra chapter. Thank you, Lele21. My fighting strength is off the charts. Chapter 70. Sei Ito, who had been watching the three's interaction with Yi, thought to himself, it's called double colliding palm. This move seems to be called double coiling palm in the history of the world and in the main world. All right. Using force against someone who doesn't know martial arts, you're really not skilled enough. Mayo, who had appeared out of nowhere, jumped onto a chair and said in a lecturing tone as she watched the battle between Yashao and Soichiro. Sister, so you're here. Yi heard Mayo's voice and looked at her. Haha, you're really good. I didn't expect that there would be a high school student in this magnificent martial arts world. Kaze Soichiro squatted on the ground and said excitedly. His tone made it seem like he had been in the martial arts world for many years. But I think I can also use these small tricks because I'm Kaze Soichiro. Kaze Soichiro said arrogantly as he took off his windbreaker-like top, revealing his strong muscles. Even Sei Ito frowned at his words. Boy, that move wasn't meant to attack you. Originally, ki is something that is born in your body and can only move within your body. If it was really so easy to learn, there wouldn't be any martial arts in this world. Mayo sneered after hearing Soichiro's arrogant words. Boy, if you can really hit me with a punch, you'll win. Takagi's eyes became sharp as he said to Kaze Soichiro in a gloomy tone. Mother of Asterisk-Kur, who do you think we are? I'm going to kill you. Soichiro's face was filled with disgust, and his tone was even more arrogant. His tone directly attracted Takagi Yajao's storm-like attacks. Soichiro, who obviously had no foundation in martial arts and only relied on his physical talent to fight, was quickly covered with cuts and bruises. However, he still held on and provoked Takagi Yashao. What are you doing? Senior, didn't we say that we can't use sneak attacks? This made Yashao even angrier. He decided not to hold back anymore. His ki exploded as he fiercely attacked Soichiro. However, Zong Ichiro had been waiting for this moment. He quickly leaned over to avoid Yashao's attack. Then, he rushed in front of Yashao and delivered a heavy punch to Yashao. It was just that he had obviously underestimated Yashao's reaction as a martial artist. His body quickly retreated slightly, and a thick chi gathered in his palm to block Zong Ichiro's fist. Then, before Zong Ichiro could react, he directly swung his leg back and kicked Zong Ichiro away. Yashao used all his strength to kick Zong Ichiro, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Hey, bastard, get up quickly. How can you just admit defeat like this? Bo Bu, who had been watching from the side, suddenly shouted at Zong Ichiro. After the roar, Kaze Soichiro, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, bounced up from the ground in an instant. He looked at Yashao with a mocking expression and said, Hey, senpai, your punch just now was a little impure. If it's just a complete technique of that level, I don't care at all. These words directly pierced Takajiku Yashiro's heart, triggering Takajiku Yashiro's self-esteem. The chi in his body became violent, and he was ready to take out a stronger punch to defeat Kaze Soichiro. It's only now that I have the thought of completely defeating you, Takajiku Yashiro said in a deep voice. I've had this thought for a long time, Kaze Soichiro said with a cheeky smile. Then, when Takajiku Yashiro launched his attack, he rushed to Sei Ito's table and grabbed Sei Ito's lunchbox. Sei Ito did not stop him. Then he stretched the lunchbox in front of Takajiku Yashiro and teased. This lunchbox was made by Yi himself. Takajiku Yashiro, who had long had ulterior motives towards Yi, directly stopped his attack in front of the lunchbox, which was equivalent to showing Kaze Soichiro a big flaw. Kaze Soichiro decisively made a move and fiercely punched Takajiku Yashiro's stomach. The direct result was that Takajiku Yashiro went berserk. The majestic killing intent was accompanied by a reckless attack. Almost instantly, Kaze Soichiro fell to the ground with rapid and continuous moves. At this time, Zhenyi finally reacted. He flew up and kicked Takajiku Yashiro's head, but he could not stop Takajiku Yashiro's movements. Yi, who arrived later, also launched an attack after Zhenyi. But after all, there was still a gap between him and Takajiku Yashiro, so he did not achieve any results. At this moment, Sei Ito instantly appeared in front of Takajiku Yashiro. He gathered chi in his hands and launched an attack on Takajiku Yashiro with the characteristics of strengthening. After all, there was a difference in strength between a man and a woman and the appropriate choice of attack. As a daring Sei Ito, he only exchanged a few moves with Takajiku Yashiro quickly and seized an opportunity to completely knock Takajiku Yashiro to the ground. Zhenyi looked at Takajiku Yashiro on the ground, and then looked at Sei Ito standing aside. He did not know what to say. She had just seen Sei Ito's attack position and methods clearly. Although there was no murderous intent, there were a few positions where Takajiku Yashiro would die if he did not control it well. This reminded her of her brother, Shun. Back then, Sei Ito ignored Zhenyi and just walked to Kaze Soichiro, who was lying on the ground and struggling in pain, and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared straight at Kaze Soichiro's eyes. The illusion created by his powerful mental strength instantly pierced Kaze Soichiro's mind. A terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of Kaze Soichiro. Looking at the broken limbs and various pieces of human bodies on the ground, Kaze Soichiro, who was seeing this for the first time, felt fear from the bottom of his heart. His whole body trembled, his eyes gradually lost focus, and a wet liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. If he did not handle it well, he believed that a heart demon would be successfully planted in Kaze Soichiro's heart by Sei Ito. If he could not overcome it, Kaze Soichiro would definitely become weak when he saw Sei Ito in the future. In fact, this process only took an instant, not even a second on the outside. Sei Ito's mental strength shrouded the murderous intent and only targeted Kaze Soichiro. The others did not feel anything at all. "Hey, what are you doing?" Bobo rushed to Kaze Soichiro and asked Sei Ito warily. "Nothing, just checking on his injuries." Sei Ito replied casually, then returned to Takayuki Yizhao's side. He carried Yizhao and Shinya on his back and returned to the soft sword department with Yi. After everyone left, Bobo, who dared to breathe a sigh of relief, finally had time to check on Kaze Soichiro's condition. When he saw Kaze Soichiro's eyes without a body, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body trembling unconsciously, he was instantly shocked. Without thinking, he picked up Kaze Soichiro and rushed to the medical room. Soft sword department, while Yi was taking care of Takayuki Yashao, Shinya came in front of Sei Ito and asked with a serious expression, "Just now, were you going to kill Yashao?" "How could that be?" Sei Ito said in surprise. But at that time, Yashao had already gone berserk. "I just used the simplest method I could think of to restrain him." "Then don't you know how to use other methods?" Shinya suppressed his anger. "Other methods? If he still had any sense at that time, I would. But at that time, he obviously didn't have any sense of reason. I didn't know what he would do, so I could only choose the most effective and beneficial way to do it." Sei Ito said lightly. "Otherwise, would I have to watch the two of you fight with him?" Shinya was silent, but he still couldn't accept Sei Ito's methods at that time. "Don't worry." Sei Ito looked at the silent Shinya and didn't want to explain anything. He just said lightly and continued to lean against the dojo's doorpost with his eyes closed. Recommended manga. Prison Academy, the story is very tight, and people can't stop reading it. I really want to go to that world and teach the girls in that academy. Also, if everyone is really free, you can go to above the heavens. Chapter 71. Ugh, inside the room, Yi had been taking care of Takaya Yashao for a long time. She finally woke up. She subconsciously rubbed her wound in a daze and made a sound. What happened to me? Takaya Yashao opened her eyes and found herself in the familiar activity room of the soft sword department. She seemed to remember that she was in the dining room. "You're awake, Takayu Senpai." Yi immediately called out when he heard Takaya Yashao's voice. "MHM, what happened to me?" Takaya Yashao asked Yi, puzzled. That Takayu Senpai went berserk in the dining room. Ah-chung stopped Takaya Senpai and sent her back to the activity room. Yi hesitated, but as someone who didn't know how to lie, he still told the truth. "Ah-chung, is that, say, Ito classmate?" Takaya Yashao asked. At the same time, a vague memory of her going berserk surfaced in her mind. It seemed that someone had indeed attacked her, and it had been a vicious attack. "Yes," Yi said. "You're awake." At this time, Sei Ito, who had been resting by the door, walked over and looked at Takaya Yashao. I'm awake. It's about the dining room." "Thank you." Takaya Yashao thanked Sei Ito, then frowned and thought about something. She opened her mouth and hesitated, but didn't say anything in the end. "It's okay. It was just a convenience," Sei Ito said. Seeing that Takaya Yashao had woken up, Yi, who was relieved, ignored her and quickly ran to Sei Ito's side. He wrapped his arms around Sei Ito's arms and smiled happily. Takaya Yashao's heart ached when she saw this. After waiting for a while, Zhun Yi returned to the soft sword apartment. When he saw that Takaya Yashao had woken up, he scolded her, saying that she wasn't mature enough, that she wasn't skilled enough, and that she was too impetuous soon. It was time for school to end in the afternoon. Yi was hanging onto Sei Ito's body, and beside him was the childlike Mayo. The three of them chatted and laughed as they returned to Zeo's house. The next few days were calm and tranquil. However, Kazunori Ichiro and Bo-Bu did not come to school for a few days in a row, which slightly attracted the attention of a few people. But since Mizuya didn't care, Yi deliberately didn't think about Kazunori Ichiro. Takagi obviously didn't care, and Sei Ito didn't even think about it. It didn't cause any problems. Speaking of which, there have been more and more violent incidents in the school recently. In the training hall of the soft sword department, Gao Lu Yashao was wiping her sweat with a towel as she was resting. Oh, Masaya's interest was immediately piqued by Takagi's words. Even Yi and Sei Ito stopped to listen to their conversation. It seems that the executive department has already been alerted. It's just that they haven't found the person in charge yet. Takagi threw the towel in her hand to the side and stretched her body. "Seems like someone's going to be unlucky again," Mizuya said gloatingly. "Yeah, but the two first-year students called Kazunori Ichiro and Bo-Bu are on the list." Takagi also gloated. He was also very unhappy with Kazunori Ichiro. Of course, what made him even more unhappy was that Sei Ito was standing there. It was just that he had to restrain himself in front of Yi, so he didn't show it. That's enough for them to suffer. Mizuya frowned and pondered. However, we can't let our guard down. Who knows when the executive department will come looking for us? Understood, department head. Takagi's attitude instantly changed as she said seriously. "What's the executive department?" Yi asked with some confusion. "That's the true management of the Genetic Academy. It's a department formed by the strongest people in the academy. They manage everything in the Genetic Academy and are also the enemies of our soft sword department," Mizuya said seriously. Yi exclaimed. "Yeah, so you and Ah-chung are now members of the soft sword department. That's why you have to be careful when you go out in the future. Who knows when the executive department will come looking for you? They don't care about any rules when they make a move. They always use their absolute advantage to suppress you until you can't resist," Mizuya said to Sei Ito and Yi. "Got it," Sei Ito replied with a faint smile as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "Zeo family." "Yi, what are you doing? You're doing so messy," Mizuya shouted as he looked at Yi's state while he was practicing. "Sister, I don't know what's wrong, but I feel like something's wrong today. I feel dizzy, nauseous, and uncomfortable," Yi said with a frown. "Don't tell me the two of you have already done it? You already have a result?" Mizuya's gaze moved up and down Yi's body as she teased. Sister, your imagination is too rich, Yi said angrily with a red face. At the same time, she glanced at Sei Ito's room from time to time, looking very shy. Ugh. Finally, Yi couldn't bear the nausea in her heart and quickly rushed to the toilet. Yi is finally starting to have the demeanor of the Zeo family, Mizuya muttered to herself, saying something that only she could understand. Ring, ring, ring. The Zeo family's phone rang. Mizuya got up and walked to the phone, picking it up and saying, "This is the Zeo family. It's coming again." In the room, Sei Ito once again felt the dense resentment that shrouded the Zeo family. He sighed helplessly, got up, and walked out of the room. There was still some distance to the toilet. Yi was standing there in a daze, motionless. Sei Ito frowned and walked over. Yi. Sei Ito patted Yi lightly. The latter suddenly turned around. Her pupils were vertical like a beast's pupils, flashing with a firefly's light and exuding a very powerful ki. This is... Sei Ito was stared at by those eyes, and her hand unconsciously stopped in midair. Ah-chung. Yi came back to his senses and nervously called out to Sei Ito, waking Sei Ito from that state. Yi, just now you... Sei Ito asked hesitantly. Just now I... Perhaps Sei Ito's question triggered some bad memories in Yi. Yi's voice was low and sad, and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Since you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. Sei Ito put his hand on Yi's head and gently stroked it and said softly. In fact, he wanted to go forward and hug Yi, but because of the hesitation in his heart, he finally chose to reach out and touch Yi's head. Ah-chung, you're so nice. Thank you. Yi meekly closed his eyes and enjoyed Sei Ito's touch as he softly replied. Following the change in Yi's state of mind, Sei Ito suddenly discovered that the evil aura that shrouded the Zhaofu residence had disappeared. This made Sei Ito instantly think of Yi's state just now, and he had some guesses in his heart. Since it's gone, go rest early. When the sun comes out, I believe everything will be fine. Sei Ito withdrew his hand and softly said, "In." Yi responded and obediently ran back to his room. Perhaps I should talk to Yi. Sei Ito looked at Yi's disappearing back and thoughtfully muttered to himself. And recently I've been overdoing it or laying out the plot, so it might be a bit boring, but it's very annoying to have to write. Actually, I also want to write a battle scene. And I'll try my best to arrange it. After all, I have to consider the butterfly effect caused by the protagonist's activities and other people's psychological reactions. It's so troublesome. Please support me a lot. Chapter 72. Yi returned to her room with a heart full of happiness. Her face was intoxicated as she recalled the warm feeling when Sei Ito stroked her head. At this moment, countless fragments of images flashed through her mind again. A naked woman being raped by a perverted young man, a woman moaning, a woman struggling for help, and then a scene of two men fighting with the rapist. In the end, the two men were knocked down by the rapist. Especially the close-up of the familiar face of Kazunori Ichiro among the two men on the ground. Yi's heart was battered. Her chaotic thoughts completely washed away the warmth in her heart. Only Yi's powerless pleading and the impact of more images. I don't want to think of him. I don't want to think of him. I don't want to think of him. Yi pressed her head with the blanket and desperately suppressed her voice as she shouted frantically. Why? Why did his image appear? I only have Ah-chung in my heart. Why do you have to torture me like this? Yi kept shouting in her heart. With Yi's shouts, a violent aura brewed around her body. The pupils in her tightly closed eyes once again turned into the eyes of a beast. The frenzied thoughts uncontrollably took away Yi's only reason and controlled her body to move unconsciously. Yi unconsciously picked up the knife beside her and walked in a direction under the control of Dragon Eye. Sei Ito, who was about to find Yi to discuss the problem with her eyes, suddenly noticed Yi's strange actions. Looking at that strange action posture, Sei Ito walked over with some doubts. Just as Sei Ito was about to reach out to touch Yi's body, A burst of world force first stunned Seito, then Ye's knife instantly slashed over. Clang! Seeing the blade coming towards him, Ito-sei didn't hesitate to take out the Ito family's sword that his grandfather gave him from the space to block in front of him. The collision between the blade and the scabbard made a crisp sound, but soon the scabbard wrapped around Ito-sei's sword was shaken into two halves by the great force of Ie's chop, and the two halves flew out from the blade. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Zhani hurriedly walked out of his room and asked loudly after seeing the situation. I don't know. I just saw that Ie's situation was a little strange and wanted to see what was wrong with him. Who knew that Yi would attack without saying anything? Seito pushed Ie's sword away with all his might. He quickly stepped back and explained everything that had happened as fast as he could. What? How could this be? Zhani was also a little puzzled, so he quickly ran over. When he saw Ie's eyes, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Let's not talk about what's going on first. Let's subdue Yi first. After saying that, Seito blocked Ie's attack with the sword in his hand again. He then dodged to the side and struck Yi with his elbow. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated Seito's move. He dodged to the side and slashed at Yi again at a strange angle. Be careful. Ie's dragon eyes have opened. Those are eyes that can see through any attack route. Yi saw that the battle between the two was too fast for him to intervene. He could only explain Ie's condition loudly. Got it. Although Seito still had doubts in his heart, he understood the current situation. He could only calm down and concentrate on dealing with the current battle. Both of them had their own methods, and they quickly used what they had learned to kill each other. Yi had dragon eyes, and Seito had air control circle. Both of them could see each other's attack routes to a certain extent. Now, they were competing to see who had a stronger foundation and who was stronger. The swords in their hands turned into silver rays of light as they attacked each other. The other party would also immediately change his movements to defend against the other party's attack. It was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could result in either of them being crippled or killed. What's going on? This is the second time the power of the world has exploded since I arrived in this world. Is this world's script correction ability so powerful? Or is there a key point that I don't understand? Seito thought about the problem as he attacked and defended. After all, if he could not figure out the problem, the danger was too great. His teammate could stab him in the back at any time. It was even more terrifying than a pig against a friend. After another round of fighting, the two of them had similar attainments in swordsmanship. It would be difficult to determine the winner. Seito had no choice but to use another method. Judging from Ie's behavior, it's obvious that something is wrong. According to the spirit, there's a demon. Perhaps the demon sealing talisman can be used. After making up his mind, the key in Seito's hand suddenly erupted, knocking Ie's sword away. He quickly retreated a few steps. While Zhani was puzzled, he quickly waved his empty hand, and a yellow talisman appeared in Seito's hand. What's that? Zhenye's eyesight was so sharp that he easily saw the talisman in Seito's hand. He could even roughly make out the pattern drawn on it. Even so, Zhenye did not know why Seito took out the talisman. After Seito took out the talisman, he quickly moved to meet Yi, who was charging at him. He waved the sword in his hand repeatedly, forcing Yi's attack away. Then, he unleashed another burst of energy. The sudden huge force caused the sword in Yi's hand to fly out, leaving him vulnerable. At the same time, Seito let go of the weapon in his hand. His other hand instantly appeared in front of Yi's eyes. As Yi dodged, the talisman changed several times before finally sticking to Yi's forehead. After doing all this, Seito did not stop. The hand holding the talisman was still on Yi's forehead. After releasing the weapon, his free hand quickly formed a hand seal. In coordination with Seito's incantation, the talisman on Yi's forehead flashed with a dim yellow light. Under this light, Yi's pupils rapidly changed several times before finally returning to normal and fainting. At this time, Zhenye, who had been watching Seito's actions, rushed to Yi's side and hugged the collapsing Yi. "What is this?" Zhenyi looked at the talisman on Yi's forehead and asked seriously. Although he did not know what it was, judging from the style and the characteristics of Seito's movements, it reminded Zhenyi of some documents in his family's records. However, there were some questions that needed to be confirmed before he could make a decision. Since Seito had already used the talisman, he was not afraid of being found out. So he happily explained, "Sealing talisman, a talisman that can cure ghost possession and frighten souls. At the same time, it has a certain ability to seal evil spirits." "Are you a warlock?" Zhenyi stared at Seito's eyes with his sharp eyes and asked, "What do you mean by a warlock?" Seito had to ask. After all, there were some differences in the interpretation of certain things in the two worlds, so it was better to ask clearly. Right now, he did not want to confront Zhenyi. "Are we going to talk here?" Zhenyi looked around and found that it was indeed not the right place to talk. So he picked up Yi and led the way into the house. "Let's go inside first. When the time comes, you have to explain clearly to me." Seito picked up the two swords on the ground and followed him. "Okay, now let's talk properly." Zhenyi put Yi to the side, looked at Yi's sleeping face, and looked at Seito with a serious expression. "Okay." Seito nodded in agreement. "First, answer me if you're a warlock." Zhenyi asked, "What is the warlock you're talking about?" Seito asked the same question. In ancient times, people who were proficient in feng shui, astrology, pharmaceutics, magic, and had incredible abilities, Zhenyi replied. "According to what you said, I am a warlock, but an incomplete one, because I don't know everything you said." Seito laughed. "So you're a psychic?" Zhenyi asked. "Although I don't know what psychic you're talking about, I don't think I am one." Seito shrugged. "If you're not a psychic, how can you be a warlock?" According to records, most warlocks in ancient times were psychics, Zhenyi said in disbelief. "Why not? At the very least, I do exist." Itose looked at Shinya with a funny expression. "Don't joke around." Zhenyi frowned and shouted, "I'm not joking. I am stating the truth." Seito also stopped smiling. Zhenyi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "You have to understand the meaning of your words. I finally erased the butterfly effect and led to other plots." "Sigh, I'm so tired." Chapter 73. "What do you mean?" Itose heard another meaning from Shinya's words. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand?" Zhenyi looked at the mysterious Seito in front of him in confusion. "What?" Seito was taken aback by Zhenyi's words. "Forget it. I'll start from the beginning." Zhenyi didn't care whether Seito really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. He just said, "According to historical records, in ancient times there were many people like you who could use strange warlocks. However, they were all born with superpowers, unlike ordinary people who could only rely on chi cultivation to obtain power. They generally relied on their own bloodline inheritance. As long as they awakened, they could obtain powerful and strange power. However, this didn't mean that they were lawless. There were still managers above them, and those were the families with powerful superpowers and bloodline inheritances, the Takagi 12 ancestral families, and their only ruler, the Takagi family, which had a phoenix spreading its wings as its family emblem. However, there was a premise for all of this, and that was that no ordinary person obtained superpowers. Speaking of this, Zhenyi looked at Seito again. His deep gaze told Seito that the problem was serious. If your superpower, which you obtained through cultivation, is discovered, then only endless trouble will await you, Zhenyi concluded. Seito laughed dryly and said with a dry voice, "What you're talking about is just ancient records. How many superpowers are there now? It's unknown whether the Takagi family and the 12 ancestral families still exist." Puffed. Zhenyi looked at Seito mockingly and sneered. "Who told you that the Takagi family and the 12 ancestral families disappeared? Who told you that there are fewer superpowers? Isn't that the case?" Seito's expression changed as he asked solemnly. "That's right. The Galu family still exists, and the Tongdao Academy is under their control. As for the 12 clans, our Zao family is one of them. Finally, the ability users you mentioned might not be as strong as they were in ancient times due to the advancement of technology, but they still exist in the crowd. Speaking up to this point, Zheng Yi looked at Yi Yi, who was sleeping peacefully. Seito also followed Zheng Yi's gaze and saw Yi Yi. His expression also changed. If all ability users were as difficult to deal with as Yi Yi, then there would be trouble. At this moment, a thought flashed through Seito's mind. His voice was somewhat floating as he said, "You said that your Zao family is also one of the 12 ancestral families?" "That's right. Why are you scared?" Zheng Yi chuckled. "A little." Seito's expression changed as he admitted, "Don't worry. I have no intention of handing you over, and Yi Yi won't agree. However, it's best if you don't use this ability in the future, or don't use it in front of others." Zheng Yi looked at Seito and said seriously, "I know. I'll be careful." Seito nodded and said, "By the way, can you tell me what happened to Yi Yi?" After they finished talking about business, Seito also began to care about Yi Yi's problem. After all, it involved the explosion of world force, so he had to figure out quickly. "I don't know." Zheng Yi simply shook his head. "How can you not know? Didn't you just call out Yi Yi's problem? That dragon eye?" Seito raised his voice. "That's right. I do know that Yi Yi's problem lies with the dragon eye, but this is the first time I've seen such a situation. Logically speaking, the activation of the dragon eye should cause some changes in a person's personality, but it shouldn't cause him to lose his mind like today," Zheng Yi said with some doubts. "What exactly is the dragon eye?" Seito asked. The dragon eye is an ability passed down from generation to generation in the Zao family. In ancient times, it was known as the crystal eye. It has the ability to see through the past and the future. "Seeing through the opponent's movements is just the basics," Zheng Yi said. "The past, the future." Seito pondered. He guessed that the problem might lie there. This was also the first time Seito had encountered a prediction-type ability, so he couldn't figure it out. "We will only know everything when Yi Yi wakes up," Zheng Yi said with a sigh. Sigh. Just like that, neither of them went back to rest. They stayed in the room to watch over Yi Yi until Yi Yi woke up again. And Yi Yi's seductive moan sounded. His eyelids trembled slightly, and then those familiar eyes opened again. "Ah Chung's sister, Yi, are you okay?" Zheng Yi hurriedly came to Yi Yi's side and asked with concern. "And my head hurts." Yi sat up in a daze and touched his forehead with his right hand. "It's okay. I'm just a little dizzy." "That's good." Zheng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He took the cup of water that Seito handed to him and put it in front of Yi Yi. He let Yi Yi take a sip, and when he was a little more awake, he asked again, "What happened to you yesterday?" Yesterday, a vague memory appeared in Yi Yi's mind, and it became clearer and clearer. Even the scene when he went berserk appeared in his mind, as if it was his own experience. "I actually drew my sword against Ah Chung," Yi shouted in surprise. That's why I want to ask you what happened yesterday." Zheng Yi gave Yi a look of confirmation before continuing to ask. Yesterday Yi knew that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. She also wanted her sister to explain what happened to her. So she said, "Yesterday, when I went back to my room and was about to rest, a bunch of images appeared in my mind. There was a girl being raped by a perverted man with eyes, and then there was the image of Bobo and Kazuno Ichiro. The two of them were beaten up by the perverted man and fell beside the girl. After that, I don't know, sure enough, it's the ability of the dragon eyes. But why did it make you go berserk? And the images are related to Kazuno Ichiro." Zheng Yi listened to Yi Yi's statement and frowned. Seito probably guessed something, but he couldn't say it out loud. He just thought silently, if I'm not wrong, Yi Yi and Kazuno Ichiro must have a deep relationship in the original script of this world. My interference made their relationship unnecessary. Even if it was corrected, that asterisk kiss, it didn't improve. This has a serious impact on the world script. Coupled with Yi Yi's Dragon Eyes ability, it feels like something that can communicate with the world's will, and it's the kind that can't be controlled. Finally, It's the problem of the spiritual realm. After guessing the problem, Sei Ito relaxed a little. Knowing the reason made it easier for him to deal with it. It was much better than not knowing anything. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I know that something like the worlds will exist in this world. Secondly, after each explosion, the absorption of the world's power will increase by a lot. In addition to the amount absorbed when I transmigrated in the last explosion, the sixth grid of the Rubik's Cube is completely full. There's still some excess. Sei Ito looked at the clouds in the distance, and his eyes flashed. Ah, Chung. In this silence, Yi's somewhat nervous voice sounded, and he weakly called out to Sei Ito. What's wrong? Sei Ito came back to his senses and asked Yi with a smile. Well, you won't blame me for using my sword on you, right? Of course. Didn't you lose your mind at that time? Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Sei Ito laughed. I knew Ah Chang was the best. Yi saw that Sei Ito didn't seem to take it to heart and laughed happily. AI. Zhenyi looked at Yi's situation and sighed helplessly again. Seeing that it was about time, Sei Ito made some simple breakfast. This simple action made Yi click his tongue in wonder, and Yi was full of worship. The three of them finished their breakfast and went to school together. This time, Sei Ito also brought the sword. After all, he had already taken it out. On the other hand, Yi was very happy that Sei Ito knew swordsmanship. He said that they would often practice together in the future, and Sei Ito happily agreed. Soon, the three of them arrived at the school and went straight to the activity room of the soft sword department. However, in the activity room, other than Yashao, two new people had joined the soft sword department. They were the foreigner Bob, who had disappeared for a few days, and the yellow-haired Kaze Soichiro. After a simple welcome to the two of them, Zhenyi left the soft sword department alone. As for where he went, no one asked, so no one knew. However, when Sei Ito left, he looked at Kaze Soichiro with a flicker in his eyes. The direct result was that Kaze Soichiro's expression changed. He looked at Sei Ito with a pale face, and his legs unconsciously trembled. What's wrong with you? Bob noticed Kaze Soichiro's abnormality and gently nudged him. No, nothing. It's just that my body is constantly trembling. Kaze Soichiro looked at Sei Ito and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Bob. You're not joking, Bob asked in astonishment. How can I be in the mood to make such a damn joke, bastard? Stop for me. Kaze Ichiro answered Bobu and roared in a low voice. His roar naturally attracted Takayuki Zhao's attention. Takayuki Zhao walked to Kaze Soichiro's side and asked in a low voice. She had no choice but to say, let's wait for the department head to come back. Then, Bob and Takayuki Zhao pushed Kaze Soichiro to the side and began to cultivate. With a cold snort, Sei Ito and Yi also gathered together and began to cultivate their swordsmanship. In the activity room, other than Kaze Soichiro, everyone was training. Chapter 74. Soon, Zhenyi returned to the soft sword department. She was a little surprised to see Kazunori Ichiro, but she didn't pay much attention to him. She only learned about Kazunori Ichiro's problem from Takaya Shao and Bobu's conversation. Shinya, who was surrounded by the two, went to Kazunori Ichiro's side. He frowned and looked at Kazunori Ichiro in confusion. After asking some questions, he asked the three to wait here. He went to Ito-sei and Yi's side, pulled Ito-sei aside, and quietly asked, Did you do something to Kazunori Ichiro? How could I? Sei Ito lied through his teeth. However, Zhenyi already had a conclusion in her heart. She wouldn't be fooled by Sei Ito. She lowered her voice and said, I don't care if it's you or not. Just go and deal with that kid for me. I'm telling you, we've already been targeted by the executive department. I don't want to have a guy who will drag us down. Hey, since you said so, I'll definitely deal with him. Sei Ito saw that Zhenyi didn't care about him at all, so he could only agree. Then, he smiled at Yi, who was eavesdropping, and made him blush. Then, he and Zhenyi went to Kazunori Ichiro's side. As Sei Ito walked closer, Kazunori Ichiro's body trembled more and more. Even Takaya Xiao and Bobu knew where the problem was. However, Takaya Xiao didn't do anything. Bobu was more agitated, and he had the urge to rush up and fight. Bobu stopped. Zhenyi shouted. She didn't want anything else to happen. Seito saw that Bobu had stopped and retreated to the side. Then he smiled and walked to Kazunori Ichiro. He looked down at Kazunori Ichiro and suddenly reached out with his index finger to Kazunori Ichiro's forehead. After a moment, Seito withdrew his hand, and Kazunori Ichiro stopped trembling. However, his next action was not to get up and thank Itsunari. Instead, he punched Itsunari. Itose had long known that Kaze Ichiro would do this. Before the others could react, he directly kicked Kaze Ichiro's abdomen and kicked him to the wall. The huge force hit Kaze Ichiro's stomach, and a large amount of gastric juice and saliva mixed together were vomited out from Kaze Ichiro's mouth. Bastard! When Bobo saw Zong Ichiro's situation, he attacked without thinking, but he was stopped by Takaya, who was already prepared. I'm treating you because I'm in a good mood. If I don't treat you, you deserve it. Don't challenge my mood. Otherwise, you will suffer worse consequences. Seito looked down at Kazunori Ichiro. Since it wasn't a good time to kill Toyotomi Ichiro, he would suppress him and continue to plant a seed of inner demons in his heart. As a person with spiritual power, Seito was definitely one of the best in the world. Bastard! Toyotomi Ichiro cursed in a low voice. He had never had such a strong desire to become stronger. Ah-chung, don't go too far. Zhenyi frowned and said. Between Toyotomi Ichiro and Seito, she didn't know what to do. However, compared to Toyotomi Ichiro, she was more inclined toward Seito. The day's training came to an end in this obviously contradictory atmosphere. Fortunately, with Zhang Ye's existence, these contradictions were hidden, waiting for the right time to erupt. Before returning home after the training, Zhang Yi gathered everyone and told them that the executive department had already targeted the flexible sword department. Then, she announced that they would use the holidays to start special training. Everyone would start moving into the Zao family's house tomorrow. The next day, Toyotomi Ichiro, Bobu, Chiaki, and Takayuki Masako came to the Zao family's house one after another to start the holiday special training. As for Chiaki, she was completely there as a support staff. In fact, the main training staff was only Toyotomi Ichiro. As a foreigner, Bobu's physical fitness was much stronger than the average person. In addition to his natural talent, Zhenyi arranged for him to do physical training. Takayuki Masako had her own training plan and didn't need Zhenyi to worry about it. Therefore, in the end, only Toyotomi Ichiro was talented, but his foundation was so poor that it was a mess. He was singled out by Zhang Yi for training so that he could learn how to use ki in the shortest time possible. Perhaps because he was stimulated by Seito, Toyotomi Ichiro's training was very hard from the beginning. Even when he was injured, he didn't stop. This made Zhang Yi slightly change her attitude towards him. Hard work would eventually pay off, especially when the hardworking person was talented. After dinner that night, Toyotomi Ichiro had already learned how to use ki and even exceeded it. At the very least, he had surpassed the average person's standard. This could be seen from Takayuki Masako and Zhang Ye's expressions when they peeked at his training. After nightfall, when everyone went back to their rooms to sleep, Zhang Yi found Toyotomi Ichiro, who was still training, and began to give him special guidance. 2 days later, Zhang Yi saw that everyone was a little tired, so he suggested going to the bowling alley to relax. Almost everyone agreed. However, they didn't know that there was a fierce battle waiting for them at the bowling alley. And why hasn't Yi come back after going to the bathroom for so long? Zhang Yi looked around and found that Yi still hadn't come back after going to the bathroom for so long, so he asked worriedly, I don't know. Maybe he's not feeling well, said Chiaki, Bobu's girlfriend, who was sitting on the side. Forget it. I'll go take a look. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and got up. After saying that, he walked toward the bathroom. Not long after Zhang Yi left, a group of people suddenly appeared around their resting spot. The dark mass of people caused the vision of the people sitting on the chairs to darken. There seems to be a lot of people here. Toyotomi Ichiro glanced around and guessed, "Do you need 70 or 80 people to deal with just a few people? She's not a student of to-do. Can you not touch to-do?" Bobu said at this time, "We're following the vice president's orders to completely destroy the soft sword department and do whatever it takes." A delinquent who was standing closest to the people in the crowd said. The meaning of these words directly stimulated Bobu's nerves. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Bobu attacked. However, his opponent was also very sharp and blocked Bobu's attack with a punch. However, he forgot that Bobu wasn't the only one here. Toyotomi Ichiro suddenly punched the guy who attacked Bobu and sent him flying. The people around him subconsciously took a few steps back, leaving an empty space. "Forget it. I'll leave these guys to you. I'll go find Yi and Junyi," Sei Ito, who had been sitting there all this time, said at this time. "All right," Takaya Yasho said before Toyotomi Ichiro and agreed to Sei Ito's suggestion. "Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll go first," Sei Ito said as he stood up. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and a hole appeared in the ground. He fell straight down. This bastard chose a good path. Toyotomi Ichiro's mouth twitched. "All right, don't worry about him. Let's get rid of these guys in front of us first. And Bobu, you just need to protect Chinchio." Takaya Yasho stared at the delinquents in front of her and said. After falling from the hole, Sei Ito quickly walked in the direction of the bathroom. On the way, he met a burly man wearing a wrestling mask and a student uniform who blocked his way. "This road is blocked." "Hey," Sei Ito sneered at the guy opposite him. "I'm very unhappy. Did you know that wrestling should be popular in this school? I waited bitterly for 3 years and finally got to be named as the enforcer." The burly man said as he took off his clothes. "Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not interested in listening to your story, so you should lie down," Sei Ito said. The ground under his feet seemed to shorten the distance. In one step, he arrived in front of the burly man. His hand hit the back of the burly man, and a drilling force hit the burly man's six-pack abdomen. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The fist and flesh collided and made a sound like hitting a stone wall, echoing in the empty corridor. "TSK, a very powerful punch," the burly man praised. At the same time, he reached out to grab Sei Ito's arm that was stuck to his body. Ito Sei did not withdraw his hand. His body slightly retreated, and the chi in his arm broke out again. With a stronger penetrating force than before, he hit the strong man's abdomen with a 1-inch punch. The attack instantly caused damage to the strong man's abdomen. A needle-pricking pain came from the strong man's abdomen, but this did not affect the strong man's action. His hands had already grabbed Ito Sei's arm. A huge force came from his arm. He grabbed Sei Ito and threw him over his shoulder. The moment Sei Ito landed, the burly man twisted his body to face the fallen Sei Ito and stepped on Sei Ito's shoulder joint. Thank you to Crimson Moon, Lily, and Ryuta for their tips. The other 11 tickets are 12,000 each. I suddenly feel like crying. Let me see if I can get more than 12,000 today. And you guys are really crazy. Chapter 75. Sei Ito suddenly exerted strength from his waist. His body was half tilted, and his left leg kicked upwards to meet the man's foot. His other leg took advantage of the gap and swept towards the man's supporting leg. Bang! The sound of something crashing into a stone wall was heard again. The man's entire body was made of muscles. Normal attacks had no effect on him, and he might even be injured by the rebound force. "Brat, accept my punishment obediently. I am the law," the man shouted as he grabbed Sei Ito with both of his hands. Combined with the force from the collision with Sei Ito's leg, he fiercely threw Sei Ito away. The force of the throw made Sei Ito turn into a black shadow and hit the wall of the corridor like a cannonball. Boom! A loud crashing sound was heard, followed by the sound of the wall cracking. Fine stone chips fell to the ground with a crackling sound, causing a series of noises. I thought that the people of the soft sword department were all fierce people. I didn't think that they were only at this level. That's why I said that wrestling is the ultimate goal of a muscular man. The wrestling department should be the most popular department. The man's head tilted slightly as he spat on the ground. His tone was filled with contempt. Cough, cough, I underestimated the strength of your muscles, but I don't know if the strength of your muscles is comparable to the strength of metal. Ito got up from the ground and grinned at the man. At the same time, a dagger silently slipped out from his sleeve. Ito cleverly hid it behind his back. What? Are you going to use a weapon? As expected, the soft sword department is only at this level. The man said in a very disdainful tone. It was as if he was saying that Ito was only at this level. Huh? Ito sneered. His body, which was half squatting on the ground, suddenly rushed out. He came to the man's side at a strange angle. Then, he quickly changed directions and disappeared from the man's field of vision. In the man's blind spot, the hidden sharpness of the dagger in his hand suddenly flashed as he stabbed towards the man's waist with his back facing him. The dagger had only pierced a small part of the man's body when it was stuck by the man's muscles. Brat, your blind spot technique is not bad, but my muscles are still invincible to you. Give up. The man's lower body did not move, but his upper body was half turned as he spoke. His huge hand reached towards Ito's head. Ito decisively let go of the dagger in his hands. He gathered chi at the tip of his feet and used the man's arm as support. He jumped up and kicked the man's armpit. Ito did not believe that the man was invulnerable there. Bang! Sure enough, after Ito kicked the man's armpit, the man's face changed. Blue veins appeared under his mask. The arm that was grabbed by Ito instantly became numb, as if it had lost all feeling. The man's willpower was strong. He endured the pain and tried to grab at Xiao Luo with his other arm. Ito saw that his attack was effective. He nimbly dodged the man's grab like a small snake. Then, he flipped around the man's arm and kicked the man's ear with all his might. The huge shock caused the man's movements to stop, and his body became uncoordinated. Ito used the force of the kick to flip over and fall. He still grabbed the man's arm and threw him to the ground. Then he stepped behind the man and pulled his arm back. Then he kicked the joint of the man's arm. With a kacha sound, the muscular man's arm was completely broken. Even if it was cured, it would take several months to recover. Of course, after doing all this, Ito did not stop. He threw away the broken arm in his hand and quickly stepped forward to kick the back of the man's head. He completely ignored the possibility that this kick could kill the man. The man's training was good, and he had an instinctive reaction. He was not kicked to death by, Ito's sudden kick, but his brain was shaken by the force of the kick. A huge wave of dizziness and nausea surged in his head, and he immediately fainted. Phew, I hate this kind of muscular man the most. It's so troublesome to fight. Ito breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down and pulled the dagger out of the man's body. Then, he kept it in his sleeve and continued to rush towards the female washroom. While Ito was fighting, several other battles were also going on. In the female washroom, Mayo chased after Ye's footsteps. When she entered the washroom, she did not see Ye's figure. She immediately knew that something had happened. However, before she was ready to leave, another woman appeared at the entrance of the female washroom. She looked at Mayo with a smile. Isuzu Emi, it seems that your executive department has made a move. Mayo looked at the woman at the entrance and smiled warily. That's right. I can't let your soft sword department continue to break the school's rules. Today, I will completely destroy your soft sword department. Isuzu Emi stepped into the washroom and closed the door. It was obvious that she wanted to have a one-on-one fight with Mayo. What strong determination. It seems that I have to quickly finish you off and help the others, Mayo said. You still have the time to think about others? You should worry about yourself first. After saying that, Isuzu Emi crossed her arms in front of her chest. She held several shurikens in her hands and locked them on Mayo. It seems that you are confident that you can keep me here, Mayo said as she got into position. Oof. You will know soon whether I am confident or not. As she said that, the shurikens in Isuzu Emi's hands flew out quickly. They turned into streaks of black light, and shot toward Mayo. Mayo did not panic. He put on his jacket and quickly waved it in his hands to block all the shurikens that flew toward him. But because Yushur was waving his coat, he lost some of his vision. Yushur seized the opportunity and rushed to Zheng Ye's front in an instant. A small blade suddenly appeared at the end of his sandals and stabbed at Zheng Yi along with his kick. Slash, the jacket in Mayo's hands was cut in half by the blade under Isuzu Emi's feet. Isuzu Emi's attack did not stop. She kicked back and forth with both feet. The sharp blade forced Mayo to retreat quickly until his back hit the door of the washroom. He had no choice but to stop. Mayo saw that Isuzu Emi's attack was coming down again. He dodged into the washroom and placed his hands on the door to release his key. The already fragile door immediately broke away from the door frame and flew toward Isuzu Emi. Isuzu Emi jumped back and shot out another 8 shurikens. The huge force directly pierced through the weak door, creating long holes in the door. As Isuzu threw out another 8 shurikens, the shurikens broke into pieces of wood and scattered. Behind the door, Mayo punched, kicked, and dodged to the side to avoid the attacks of Isuzu Emi's shurikens. When he couldn't dodge the last one, he could only bite it with his mouth. Ding, 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 ding. A series of sounds of iron hitting the ground rang out. How many more do you have? You had 8 just now, and now you have 16. I don't believe that you have more than 20 shurikens, Mayo said to Isuzu Emi with a smile. Then wait and see. Isuzu Emi did not say anything. She touched her thighs under her miniskirt, and another 8 shurikens appeared in her hands. She quickly threw them at Mayo's body. That was not the end. Isuzu Emi turned around, and another 8 shurikens flew out. She then touched her back, and another 8 shurikens appeared. She bent down and touched the back of her neck, and another 4 shurikens appeared. She then touched her buttocks with one hand, and another 4 shurikens appeared. Just like that, 34 shurikens were continuously thrown out by Isuzu Emi at strange angles. Zheng Yi, who was enduring all these attacks, couldn't smile anymore. Although he could dodge most of the attacks, there were a few that he couldn't dodge. After all the attacks were over, Zheng Yi's arms, body, and legs, as long as the skin was exposed, had 1 or 2 thin wounds. Traces of blood flowed out from the wounds. I really underestimated you, Mayo said as he endured the pain. The corner of his mouth twitched. So, Mayo, you will definitely lose today. Isuzu Emi was still on guard, but she could not help but reveal a trace of complacency in her expression. At this moment, Mayo instantly jumped up, dodging the shurikens that Isuzu Emi threw at him. His hands pushed against the ceiling, and he landed in another bathroom. He quickly grabbed a few shurikens that had penetrated through the door and lifted his foot to kick the door in front of him out again. That was not the end of it. Taking advantage of the fact that the door was blocking Isuzu Emi's line of sight, he jumped into another bathroom and kicked the door again. However, this time he did not dodge. Instead, he stuck close to the door and rushed over. Originally, Isuzu Emi's attention was attracted by the first door, but the unexpected arrival of the second door directly affected her judgment, causing Mayo's door to fly in front of her. Mayo, who was behind the door, finally launched a counterattack. He released a big move similar to Mountain Lean, and the taut door flew out together with Isuzu Emi's body. That's right, the fighting moves that I wrote in the novel, especially the protagonists, can be done by most people if they train properly. You can keep it as a reference. Of course, you have to train your inner strength. Perhaps it can be used in the end of the world. Also, the urge to update the novel is too invincible. Chapter 76. Aya, it seems that I've gone too far. I have to hurry back. I hope those guys won't be beaten black and blue. At this time, the toilet was completely ruined. Isuru, who had fallen to the ground, struggled with her head full of blood. She supported her body and said fiercely, I won't let you go. Let's fight now. The best part is yet to come. Although I admire your spirit, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. Jinyi looked at Isuru seriously and said. However, Isuru obviously didn't want to say anything to Jinyi. She just rushed toward Jinyi with a fierce look in her eyes. If it was a hidden weapon, it could cause some trouble for Jinyi. However, in close combat, Isuru might not be a match for him, even if she had several hidden weapons. Jinyi simply stepped forward and stretched out his arm to throw Isuru to the ground. Obviously, Isuru also knew her situation. When she fell to the ground, she suddenly threw out several shurikens at Jinyi from a very dangerous angle. Jinyi couldn't dodge and could only rely on his own ability to deflect the hidden weapons. After knocking away all the hidden weapons, Jinyi was a little angry at this time. He used Jujube Flow Diamond 8 style, Heavenly Splendor Iron Splendor. After a few consecutive heavy blows, he directly knocked down 50 Bells, who had used up most of his chi because of the flying hidden weapons. However, a scene appeared in front of Jinyi's eyes that made him stunned. Isuru's slender body, who fell to the ground, suddenly swelled and turned into a big fat person who weighed more than 200 pounds. The sudden expansion of her body directly tore the clothes on Isuru's body into rags. She appeared naked in front of Jinyi. Then, dozens of shurikens protruded from the thick fat on Isuru's fat body and flew toward the stunned Jinyi like flying yellow stones. In the end, Jinyi was only able to defend her vitals. Her body was pierced by several hidden weapons. Even her miniskirt and camisole were torn to shreds, exposing her bra and underwear. Just as the two, who had no strength to fight, were talking in the toilet, Seito's figure appeared at the door of the toilet. After dealing with the brawny man, Seito quickly rushed to the women's restroom. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, except for a few guards when he climbed the stairs. Seito arrived at the entrance of the women's restroom without any obstructions. However, the scene in front of him stunned him. The naked fat woman and Mayo, whose underwear were exposed. I say, what are you guys trying to do? Seito was a little speechless, directly attracting the attention of the two. Don't look. Wu Ling screamed like a young girl, but her weak hands and bloated body couldn't cover her vital parts. Shino, on the other hand, was very calm. He didn't scream or try to cover himself. He just openly let Seito look at him. Oh, you're here. Jinyi naturally greeted Seito. Jinyi, quickly tell this guy to go away. Wu Ling Emmy thought of Jinyi and quickly shouted. Since we've been seen, what's the point of hiding? Jinyi said helplessly, then told Seito to go away. However, he then called Seito over and said, go find 2 sets of clothes. Okay. Seito nodded. His eyes swept over Jinyi's exposed body. Then he turned and ran to the stairs. There were a few guards he had knocked down. Seito was very fast. In a short while, he brought 2 sets of clothes, underwear, and a hat back to the restroom door and handed the clothes to Jinyi. Inside the bathroom, Mayo took off her torn underwear, bra, and underwear. Naked, she changed into the clothes that Ito Mori found. She left 1 set on Isuru Emi's body to cover her exposed body. Let's go. Jinyi walked out of the restroom and said to Seito, who was leaning against the wall outside the restroom. Wait a minute. Seito looked at Jinyi and frowned. What's wrong? Jinyi stopped and looked at Seito. Let me heal you. Seito walked in front of Jinyi and took out a talisman. Take off your clothes. Jinyi looked at Seito and thought that Seito might have some special means. He turned around and took off his shirt with his back facing Seito, revealing his smooth back. This made Seito stare blankly. He thought that Jinyi would at least have underwear on his body. After being stunned for a moment, Seito quickly activated the power of the rejuvenation talisman and healed the wounds on Jinyi's body. A warm power suddenly flowed into Jinyi's body. Combined with Jinyi's ki, it quickly spread around the wounds. A slight itch came from the wounds, causing Jinyi to raise his eyebrows. What a magical power, Jinyi said as he felt everything. It's just a small trick, Seito said modestly. After a while, the warm power disappeared from Jinyi's body, and then a new power was born. After 3 or 4 times, Zhang Yi looked like a completely healthy person except for the consumption of his ki. Okay, put it on, Ito said. Fortunately, we didn't waste too much time. Let's hurry and find Yi. Zhang Yi put on his clothes again. When he put them on, his unprotected breasts jumped mischievously, causing Ito to feel restless. Okay. After waiting for Zhang Yi to put on his clothes, the two of them quickly went to the roof. When Ito went to look for his clothes, Zhang Yi had already asked Wu Ling to tell him the location of the others in the toilet. Just as the two of them were on their way to the roof, Ito's expression suddenly changed. Not good. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. The power of the dragon eye. Ito simply said a few words, then sped up and rushed to the roof. His fast-moving figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared around the corner of the corridor in the blink of an eye. Then Zhang Yi also turned into a black shadow and disappeared around the corner. When Ito and Zhang Yi reached the roof platform one after another, they saw the shocking scene together. Yi's eyes had turned into bestial pupils again, flickering with fluorescence. His chest was wrapped in a black and white patterned headscarf, and his pants were tattered. Under the storm-like attacks of a tall and thin man, he dodged freely like a small fish in the water. He did not feel that he was in danger at all. Is this the dragon eye? It's much stronger than last time. Ito's mind flashed with the scene of Yi exploding last time. After comparing it again, he found that Yi was obviously much stronger than last time, and the power of the dragon I seemed to have increased a lot. Yi had an innocent smile on his face, like a baby who had found a new toy. He quickly dodged the attacks of the tall and thin man. As if it was a game, from time to time, he would invade in front of Tian Shang, make a punching gesture, and then quickly retreat to the top of the best attack range of the stick, teasing Tian Shang. In the end, as if he was tired of playing, he wrapped his long hair around Tian Shang's long stick. Jujube flow, stick, jujube, flow, stick, jujube technique. When returned, he snatched Tian Shang's stick and dealt a heavy blow. Looking at Tian Shang, who was bleeding from his nose on the ground, Yi laughed. First, she giggled in a low voice, then she giggled, and finally she laughed crazily. She didn't stop laughing until tears came out her eyes. She stretched out 2 fingers and stroked her lips with a charming look on her face. Then, what greeted Tian Shang was Yi's brutal and crazy attacks. He did not care about Tian Shang's life at all, and only wanted to satisfy his own pleasure. Ah Chung, it seems that I have to rely on you again, Zhang Yi said in a heavy tone as he pressed the hat on his head with his hand. At this time, Yi's beloved man's encouragement was much more useful than his sister's. I know. I just didn't expect dragon eyes to have such a serious effect on one's personality. Ito nodded and said in a deep voice. Zhang Yi heard Ito's words and did not reply, because at this time, she was immersed in her memories. She was recalling the time when her brother had jujube dragon eyes. During this process, Yi finally stopped attacking Tian Shang, as if he had finished venting his anger. He stood silently in front of Tian Shang, who was beaten beyond recognition. Yi, Ito waited for a little while, and when he knew it was time for him to appear, he walked up to the roof and softly called out. Chapter 77. Ah Chung, I killed the general of the executive department. He shouldn't be dead, he should be. Yi's back was facing Ito as he said with a trembling voice, Is the general of the executive department so weak? I saw his movements clearly. Such an attack? It's too funny. This is the first time I've had such a good fight. I didn't think that beating people would be such a happy thing. I'm really excited. Am I very hateful? At this point, Yi's trembling voice clearly carried a sobbing tone. You're crying. Ito walked to Yi's side and asked. Yes, Yi admitted, and at the same time, his crying became more obvious. Then he continued to cry. I really heard the voice, let me go, but I didn't stop. This person's bones were broken by me, and he was seriously injured by me. The winner has already been decided, but I still didn't stop. Also, this stick is also telling me to stop hitting its owner, and the voice of the dragon I hidden in my body. who said that there is only power. Everything in the world is yours. I feel like the other party is like a cockroach. I only want to trample it to death, kill it. How can I be like this? What should I do? Is that person really dead? What should I do? The more he spoke, the more hysterical Yiye's tone became. Ito-sei took the long stick from Yiye's hand, and under Yiye's astonished gaze, he poked Tanaka. Tanaka unconsciously uttered a L sound from the stab. He's not dead yet. Sei-Ito threw the stick aside and said. Yiye recovered from his astonishment and looked at Sei-Ito in surprise. Is this your first fight? Sei-Ito looked at Yiye and asked. It seems so. Yiye subconsciously replied. If that's the case, I'll give you some guidance. Sei-Ito patted Yiye's head and said, a fight is a fight. Since you're fighting, you have to knock your opponent down. Otherwise, you'll be the one who gets killed. You don't want to end up like him, do you? As he spoke, Sei-Ito's gaze landed on Yiye's body. That ugly, deformed figure instantly transformed into Yiye's own appearance in her mind. Then, she shuddered unconsciously and shook her head at Sei-Ito. So in the future, when you fight, just attack. Don't be afraid and don't hesitate. Don't stop until you have completely defeated your opponent. As long as you have any hesitation, you might end up like him today. This is the most basic rule. Don't forget, Yiye. And I got it, Ah-chung. Yiye said firmly. At the same time, he thought to himself, I definitely don't want to become like that. A woman's concern for her own beauty was something that not even God could shake. Your role this time is really bad, Zao. At the entrance of the stairwell, Zhang Yi was lamenting Sei-Ito's teaching methods when a somewhat hoarse voice, accompanied by choking smoke, sounded near Zhang Yi. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to come, Zhang Yi said in a low voice as he hid his face in his collar after seeing who it was. Don't talk to your father like that. No matter what, I'm still your father. You should know that the thing I'm most afraid of in this world is a child's cry. And I'm your father. Biao Wenqi, who was dressed in a suit with a towel around his neck stuffed into his suit, looked like a successful man from Hong Kong. If you're serious, I'm very happy, Zhang Yi said with a smile. I'm just saying, I'm only half a father to you. Biao Wenqi continued to tease Zhang Yi. That's enough, liar. Zhang Yi had no choice but to stop him. Biao Wenqi, this is a battle between the executive department and the soft sword department. What are you doing here? Are you acting as Guangchen's lackey to deal with us? Let me tell you first. You can't attack those two people. What a good character. As expected of the woman who made me absent-minded. Biao Wenqi took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and held it in his hand as he spoke to Zhang Yi, who had a serious expression on his face. Seeing that Zhang Yi still didn't stop, Biao Wenqi hurriedly said, Wait. Listen carefully. You could hear a lot of people downstairs just now. It seems like the battle downstairs has ended, and they've started to withdraw. Hearing Biao Wenqi's words, Zhang Yi, who had been maintaining a calm expression, was startled, and his pupils shrank. So, Yi, don't cry anymore. On the rooftop platform, Sei-Ito squatted beside Yi and gently wiped away Yiye's tears as he comforted him. However, how could Yi, who had just released his psychological pressure, stop his tears so quickly? His tears continued to flow. However, seeing Sei-Ito's face close at hand, Yi suddenly kissed Sei-Ito's lips. Sei-Ito, who once again experienced the soft touch, instinctively stepped back, but he forgot that he was squatting on the ground. As he stepped back, he directly sat on the ground. Yi took advantage of the victory and continued to kiss him. This created a classic scene. Sei-Ito supported himself with both hands behind his back and leaned back slightly. Yiye's legs straddled Sei-Ito's body. He leaned forward and kissed Sei-Ito's lips. The two figures directly changed colors under the illumination of the nearby neon signs. Yi, Ah-chung. Just as Sei-Ito was thinking about whether to directly hug Yi and give him a wet kiss or retreat, Zhang Yi walked out from behind the door and shouted, sister. Yi cried out in surprise. Her face was crimson red as she quickly jumped up. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate at this time and stood up as well. The situation downstairs is very strange. I'm very worried about Takagi and the others, Zhenyi quickly said and led the way downstairs. Let's go. When the three of them returned to the floor where the bowling room was located, they happened to see a tall man wrapped in a tight leather suit. His muscles were clearly visible under the tight leather suit. On the ground next to him was the injured and unconscious Takagi Yashao and the foreigner Bu. Kaze Ichiro was fighting with the tall man. However, Kaze Ichiro's situation was very bleak. It was as if he was being beaten like a sandbag. Especially when the three of them appeared. The tall man used the true inheritance of the dragon-shaped Qigong, twin dragon flame palm, to beat Kaze Ichiro to the ground. How did you? Kaze Ichiro, who was kneeling on the ground, unwillingly asked. This technique was originally a secret of the Takagi family. Your true tempering Qigong was only the tip of the iceberg. Now, there were two people who secretly learned my family's fist technique. One is Zao Shun, and the other is you. I will not forgive either of you. The tall man, who is also the head of the Takagi family, Takagi Mitsui, said expressionlessly. How long do you want to continue, Zhenyi? After Takagi Mitsui dealt with Kaze Ichiro, he walked in front of Zhenyi, whose face had been gloomy since seeing him. A country can only have one king. It's the same for martial arts. Your Zao family and other schools are just branches of the Takagi family. You should return to the Takagi family. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Takagi Mitsui said as he walked in front of Zhenyi. Without any explanation, he took off Zhenyi's shirt, exposing his breast to the air. However, Zhenyi actually let him do this without any resistance. Takagi Mitsui found that Zhenyi's blood-stained clothes didn't have any scars as he expected. He said with some doubt, but he didn't stop there. He stretched his head to Zhenyi's ear, kissed Zhenyi's smooth skin, and whispered, "It's not too late now. Come back to me, just like before, Zhenyi." "Time won't go back, Mitsui." Zhenyi's gloomy expression suddenly said, "I can't forgive you for knocking down all my companions and killing my brother." When he heard that the real murderer of his brother was Takagi Mitsui, Yi on the side was stunned. His eyes almost turned into dragon eyes. But before the transformation began, Ito reached out and grabbed Yi's hand to stop it. "The one who took away the place I should return to is you, Mitsui. I can't accept you anymore." With that, Zhenyi's tears flowed down uncontrollably, covering his beautiful face that was covered with a little dust. Seeing that the battle scene was about to turn into a romantic drama, Ito, who was also unhappy with the two people who acted as if no one else was present, walked out and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Although I want to endure it, I really can't accept your words. What do you mean by saying that the Zao family and other schools are just one of the branches of the Takagi family? These words seem a bit too arrogant. I really don't know where you get the confidence to deny the inheritance of other schools. Is it just because you're dressed like a gay man?" Ito said to Takagi Mitsui, the man who was holding Zhenyi. Although he knew that this was the inheritance of two different worlds, Ito, who was Chinese in soul, really couldn't bear to deny the origin of martial arts, especially by a Japanese person. Even if Takagi Mitsui gave him a strong sense of oppression, Ito decided to stand up and fight, not for anything else, but for the pride of being a Chinese martial artist in his heart. If the word count is not 12,000, there seems to be another chapter. That chapter will be around 10 o'clock, so the urge to update the chapter is both loved and hated. Chapter 78. However, before the two could do anything, another troublemaker appeared. Fengzong Ichiro, who had been knocked down, suddenly erupted with a huge amount of ki. That terrifying ki gathered around Fengzong Ichiro and turned into a visible dragon that coiled around his body. Takagi Guangshin didn't even look at Fengzong Ichiro, who was erupting with dragon ki, and said to Ito, "Although I'm somewhat interested in you, I still have to deal with this brat first." Ito frowned as he stared at Fengzong Ichiro and said to Takagi Guangshin, "It doesn't matter. I can wait for you to deal with this guy first before fighting." Seito stared closely at the coiling dragon ki around Fengzong Ichiro's body. This was because Seito could clearly see that the dragon ki contained a large amount of world energy. Takagi Guanshin nodded and turned to look at Fengzong Ichiro, who was walking over step by step. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Shinya. Ki is originally produced within the body and can only be used within the body. Therefore, the amount of ki is limited. If I don't stop using it, even I will run out of it one day. However, there is an exception. He must recover immediately after being knocked down by me, unless he has endless chi that can even tilt the atmosphere. Takagi Guanshin walked in front of Fengzong Ichiro and punched him in the face without any warning. Fengzong Ichiro's body leaned back as he coldly asked, "Where does this ki come from?" The expected fall didn't happen. Fengzong Ichiro used his powerful waist and knees to form an iron bridge and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, Toyozong Ichiro looked at Takagi Hiroshi. Takagi Hiroshi just casually blocked Toyozong Ichiro's attack. Before he could fight back, Toyozong Ichiro's other heavy punch came in extremely fast speed. Before Takagi Hiroshi could react, the punch knocked him to the ground. Then, to Takagi Hiroshi's astonishment, Toyozong Ichiro's attack arrived once again. His fist landed squarely on Takagi Hiroshi's face, sending him flying backwards with blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Toyozong Ichiro then rushed forward and kicked Takagi Hiroshi, who had just gotten back to his feet. "That's enough, kid." Watching the man he once loved being beaten, Zhun Yi shouted anxiously. Perhaps Shinya's voice really reached Kazunori Ichiro's heart, or perhaps Takagi Guanshin finally reacted, or perhaps both. Kazunori Ichiro's kick was easily blocked by Takagi Guanshin's hand. "Shinya, you're such a stupid woman. You want me to kill one more person?" Takagi Hiroshi said. For a person who has an almost infinite amount of chi, his chi definitely doesn't come from within his body. It could be a god, a dragon, a spirit, or a ghost. Although they're called different things, they all lead to the same goal. It's the kind of ki that doesn't belong to humans that resides in trees and wind. A person who can control this kind of ki is called a devil. Takagi Hiroshi explained to Shinya while gathering his ki. Devils have great power and are cruel and heartless, just like your deceased brothers. You killed them, Shun, and this man. Third year of Tongdao Academy. I am Wang Jishur, Zong family's executive branch president, Takagi Hiroshi. Takagi Hiroshi gathered all his ki to one point and said murderously, "Do it." The ki between the two clashed. Just as Shinya was about to call Seito to deal with Kazunori Ichiro, Biao Wenshi appeared out of nowhere and poured a bottle of mineral water on Takagi Hiroshi's head. "Wenshi," Shinya exclaimed, "the atmosphere here is so hot. It needs to cool down. This idiot's mouth is already starting to emit steam," Wenshi said as he poured the mineral water. Wenshi said while pouring the mineral water. Until all the mineral water was poured out, he ran to Kaze Ichiro, who had been standing there. "Why are you only here now? If you were in charge of this operation from the start." Takagi Hiroshi didn't mind what Wenshi did to him and said, "You idiot, I joined the executive branch because I didn't want to do anything. Are you still high school students? All you talk about is fighting and killing. Is there something wrong with your brains from being hungry? You, as a senior, how can you bully such a cute first-year student?" Wenshi said as he walked to Kazunori Ichiro's side. He reached out and pinched Kazunori Ichiro's expressionless face. "He lost consciousness a long time ago. Look at how calm he is now. It's because I'm a good person." However, Kazunori Ichiro punched the defenseless Wenshi in the face, shattering the good person card that Wenshi had put on himself. "Well, if that's the case, then it seems like we can continue the battle," Seito said to Takagi Hiroshi, ignoring Wenshi and Kazunori Ichiro. "Achun!" Shinya hurriedly turned to Seito and shouted, "Yo, I didn't expect there to be a disobedient person here," Wenshi said as he looked at Seito with contempt. There was a fragrant eye in Wenshi's mouth. "Wenshi," Takagi Hiroshi shouted. Okay, I won't care. when she raised his hands in surrender and retreated to the side. "There's still 1 minute. I'll finish you in 1 minute," Takagi Hiroshi said to Sei Ito as he repositioned himself. When Sei Ito heard Takagi Hiroshi's words, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "I'd like to see how you can defeat me in 1 minute," Sei Ito said as he walked in front of Takagi Hiroshi. The two of them faced each other with a distance of 1 meter. "Don't waste time. Let's do it," Takagi Hiroshi said expressionlessly. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito. His fist, which was gradually growing in size, quickly appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Sei Ito dodged the fist attack path and threw a straight punch. Bang! Takagi Hiroshi used his left fist to block Sei Ito's attack. Then he used his right leg to kick Sei Ito's left calf. The huge inertia caused the wind to howl. Sei Ito took a step forward with his right foot to Takagi Hiroshi's left side. He dodged Takagi Hiroshi's kick with his left foot. Then he extended his left foot behind Takagi Hiroshi's leg and swung his left hand toward the back of Takagi Hiroshi's neck. Takagi Hiroshi ducked and dodged. Then he bent over and used his left elbow to hit Sei Ito's left rib. Sei Ito used the inertia of his left hand to turn his body. His right hand quickly pressed down on Takagi Hiroshi's elbow strike. Then he used his right knee to hit Takagi Hiroshi's lower back. Takagi Hiroshi squatted down and swept his leg towards Sei Ito's supporting leg. Sei Ito saw that he couldn't dodge, so he forced himself to stop the knee strike and jumped up. The leg that launched the knee strike shot out like a spring toward Takagi's head. Takagi Hiroshi threw out his right fist and punched the sole of the kick. The two of them collided for the first time. Bang! Takagi Hiroshi's powerful chi combined with the dragon-shaped Qigong true tempering technique hit the sole of Sei Ito's foot. The powerful force and explosive force of the Qigong true tempering technique sent Sei Ito flying. Fortunately, Sei Ito had used his chi to protect his foot. Even so, his right foot was still injured. A pain that felt like it was about to shatter was transmitted to Sei Ito's brain. Sei Ito forcefully twisted his body in midair and landed on the ground. The tip of his right foot tapped lightly on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. All of this sounded troublesome, but in reality, the two of them had only exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. From start to finish, it had only taken about 10 seconds. Sei Ito gathered his chi and stomped his right foot with all his might to suppress the damage to his right foot. This was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The hidden injuries would have to be treated more carefully after the battle. It seems like you're not just relying on those gay-looking clothes to keep up appearances. You do have some skills. Sei Ito's mouth twitched as he said, "You're not bad yourself." Takagi Hiroshi still covered his head and chest with his fists. The two of them didn't waste time talking nonsense. Sei Ito wanted to hold on for a minute, or at least finish off Takagi Hiroshi within a minute. Takagi Hiroshi, on the other hand, knew that he only had a minute. If he didn't end the battle quickly, he might fall here. If others saw his weak appearance, it would be too embarrassing. The two of them rushed toward each other as fast as they could. Sei Ito knew that ordinary punches and kicks wouldn't be effective against Takagi Hiroshi, so he had to find another way. Blue veins popped out on his hands, and his knuckles shifted, instantly turning his palms into two knives. This was one of the Haka assassination techniques in the hunter's world, hand knife. Seeing the changes in Sei Ito's palms, Takagi Hiroshi became more careful. He tried his best to avoid Sei Ito's hand attacks. However, Sei Ito wouldn't let Takagi Hiroshi do as he wished. His hands turned into knives, slashing and stabbing at Takagi Hiroshi. Even if Takagi Hiroshi dodged, his clothes were still torn by the wind created by the hand knives. Both of them were very wary of each other. After another 10 seconds of stalemate, Takagi Hiroshi took advantage of one of Sei Ito's openings and threw a punch at Sei Ito's ribs. However, he didn't have an easy time. Sei Ito's hand knife caused a wound on his forearm. Blood spurted out. Less than 30 seconds left. Say Ito struggled to get up from the ground. He turned his head slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood at Takagi Hiroshi. Those bloody teeth made Say Ito's smile turn sinister. I wouldn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I got a shock. In order to catch up, I made a typo. Damn, I'll definitely write at night. That way, there will be fewer typos. Also, ABC is really a pain in the ass input method. But I'm not used to Sogu. On account of my hard work, everyone who hasn't voted yet, please vote. Chapter 79. Achum. Yi shouted worriedly when he saw the blood in Sei Ito's mouth. Achum, stop it. I'm begging you. Guangchun. Zhen Yi shouted weakly at the two. It was unclear whether he was worried that Guangchun would kill Sei Ito or that the mysterious Sei Ito would hurt Guangchun. It was very contradictory. You have less than 30 seconds left. If you don't defeat me, you will go back on your words, Sei Ito sneered. In fact, Ito Sei could have used the shadow steps that he learned from the Hunter's game. It was a set of footwork that borrowed the blind spots of human vision and deceptive vision, the same set of footwork that Chia used to snatch the ball from Nitro to fight. However, this was a competition for the dignity of a martial artist, not to kill, so Ito Sei did not use it. Takagi Guanshin snorted coldly. Perhaps Sei Ito's words had hit him where it hurt, but Guangchun attacked Sei Ito again. First, he attacked Sei Ito fiercely. His whole body leaned to the side, but it was as if there was an invisible wall standing there. Guangchun's body seemed to be leaning in a straight line as he leaned heavily on Sei Ito. Mountain lean? I can do that too. Sei Ito saw Takagi Guanshin's move and did the same at the same time. The two collided in an instant. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a violent gust of wind blew up the dust on the ground around them, blurring their figures. The two didn't stop fighting in the smoke, using all kinds of moves at their fingertips. Sei Ito used all kinds of fighting techniques he had seen on the internet to launch strange and unpredictable attacks. On the other hand, Takagi Guanshin used the inheritance of the Takagi family and the results of his inhuman training to defend himself, blocking all of Sei Ito's attacks. The two of them couldn't do anything to each other, so they were in a deadlock. Seeing that 1 minute was almost up, Takagi Guanshin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the chi in his hand suddenly exploded. The sudden huge power directly interrupted Sei Ito's attack rhythm, and it gave Takagi Guanshin a chance. Taking advantage of Sei Ito's momentary pause, Takagi Guanshin placed his hands on Sei Ito's chest and unleashed the true legacy of his dragon-shaped energy art, the twin dragon flame palms. The huge force directly penetrated Sei Ito's body, causing a huge hole in the back of Sei Ito's clothes, revealing Sei Ito's delicate back. Wow! Sei Ito spat out a mouthful of blood, and the special chi in his body fiercely circulated, forcibly suppressing the injury. He reacted by grabbing Takagi Guanshin's arms with both hands to prevent himself from flying away. After the huge inertia disappeared, his head slammed into Takagi Guanshin's face without thinking, adding more bruises to the already injured face. Takagi Guanshin's head was knocked back by Sei Ito's head. Sei Ito's razor-sharp fingernails quickly scratched Takagi Guanshin's arms, cutting open the arteries in his arms. A large amount of blood was squeezed by Takagi Guanshin's strong heart, and it sprayed all over Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito took the opportunity to kick Takagi Guanshin in the stomach in retreat. At this time, Takagi Guanshin pulled his head back. The blood on his arms was tightly sealed by his muscles, and he stared unblinkingly at Sei Ito. 1 minute is up. Sei Ito stood up shakily and laughed mockingly at Takagi Guanshin. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not bad. I underestimated you, Takagi Guanshin said expressionlessly, but he didn't attack again. Well, we're not kids anymore. There's no need to fight to the death. Let's end it here. When she, who had some understanding of Takagi Guanshin's situation, suddenly came between the two. He held a cigarette in his mouth and stretched out his hands to each of them. You two over there, come and take your president away. when she shouted at the two lackeys guarding the door. Yes, the two lackeys immediately ran over and stood on either side of Guangchun. Guangchun silently looked at Wenqi in the field, Ito Sei on the opposite side, as well as Masao, who had a sad and painful expression, and Yi, who was glaring at him, then turned around and left with his two minions. When he went out, he bumped into Isaru Emi, who had just arrived. Seito looked at Wenqi, who was not far from him. He didn't stop Takagi Guanshin from leaving, and instead turned around and staggered toward Yi. When Yi saw Seito's appearance, he quickly greeted him. He put one of Seito's arms on his shoulder and hugged Seito's waist as he returned to his sister Makino's side. High school students these days. When she looked up helplessly and sighed. Just when everyone thought the matter was over and everyone was going home, Chiaki, who had been kneeling next to Bobo, shouted at Makino, who was still in pain. Makino, what's going on here? Why did Bobo and Kaze have to fight like this? Why were they beaten black and blue? Is it all because of you? Answer me. Why are we fighting? Do we really have to fight? Answer me, Makino. Why? Is it all because of the two of you? That president is actually your ex-boyfriend. It's really hard to believe. Have we all become fools? We were beaten black and blue for such a meaningless matter. Although part of the reason may be because Kaze was too arrogant when he entered the school. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been treated like this, right? Even I. Could it be that? I was violated by Long Chi because of... Chiaki was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Tell me everything. Tell me everything about you and Guanshin. Ex-boyfriend, love. It's definitely not something romantic. When she said with a rare, serious expression, 2 years ago, he killed my brother. My brother wasn't accidentally killed in a match. They were fighting each other, and my brother lost and died on the spot. At that time, Guanshin was also killed by my brother. Makino's eyes fell into confusion when he heard Wenqi's words. He said in a low voice, although he's not dead physically, that's all. He's just not completely dead yet. That guy doesn't have much time left. He'll do anything to achieve his goal, and I don't have much time left either. I'm gonna solve everything while he's still alive. Makino's eyes stared unblinkingly at Chiaki's eyes as he said in a pained tone. After the matter was explained, Makino and Wenqi began to wake up the wounded one after another. Seito was carefully taken care of by Yi. Then, they went back to their respective homes, not far from the bowling alley. When Seito, Makino, and Yi walked to a dark corner, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi, who had been supporting him, also staggered. Boy, how are you? Makino hurriedly walked over to support Seito. Bah, that bastard punch was really heavy. Seito spat out the remaining blood in his mouth and gently pushed Makino's hand away. He waved his hand and took out a few rejuvenation talismans. Under Yi's puzzled gaze, he quickly stuck them on several parts of his body. In an instant, a green light began to emerge from the talismans and quickly covered his entire body. What is this? Yi had never seen Ito's methods as an yin-yang master, so he asked with some doubt. Rejuvenation talisman, used to treat injuries. Ito smiled at Yi and explained. Then, he said to Makino, let's go back quickly. If possible, prepare some food for me. The more the better. Okay. Makino didn't ask for the reason and quickly took Yi and Seito back to Zeo's house. After returning to the room, Makino quickly took out a pile of pastries and gave them to Seito. When Yi saw this, he quickly rushed to the kitchen to prepare food. When Seito saw the food in front of him, he didn't pay attention to it and directly opened it to eat. At the same time, every time the green light on his body dimmed to a certain extent, he would replace it with a new rejuvenation talisman to maintain the healing. After tossing and turning like this for an hour, Seito's injuries recovered to 70% or 80%. The remaining bit needed rest to slowly recover, but it would only take a day and a half. Phew, I've troubled you. Seito breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Makino and Yi. Don't try to be brave like this in the future, Makino said. It's mainly because that guy's tone and words are really annoying, Seito said with a faint smile. Makino was silent and didn't respond to Seito's words. They chatted for a while, took turns to wash up in the bathroom, and then returned to their rooms to rest. However, Seito and Makino didn't notice that Yi looked at Seito with a resolute look in his eyes. This psychokinesis is really F***ed up. Seito was lying on the bed, thinking of the side effect of the food being tasteless no matter what it was put in his mouth, and said gloomily, "Yesterday was a tragedy. I thought the reminder ticket would take effect on the same day. After I uploaded 5 chapters and gathered enough words, I found out that it didn't take effect, so I went to check and found out that it only took effect on the next day. Unfortunately, I need another 12,000 words today. I have to see what happens after I get the reminder ticket. In short, it's a tragedy." Chapter 80. Unique Telekinesis, Tao Hie's Temptation. When the enemy's damage exceeds 50% of the user's peak state, the user can activate it and absorb 70% of the enemy's physical damage. The price for this is that before the user recovers, all the food they eat will become tasteless garbage until they recover their sense of taste. This was the telekinesis that Seito had developed over a long period of time, and it was a telekinesis that suited his personality quite well. Seito tried his best to throw the unbearable taste of food out of his head, then covered himself with the blanket and fell asleep. The next morning, the group that had finished their vacation went to school one after another. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other at the school gate and walked into the school together. As soon as they appeared, they successfully attracted the attention of all the students in the school. After all, they were the only ones who dared to openly go against the executive department, and they were the only ones who managed to survive. Therefore, it was understandable that they would be surrounded by onlookers. Just as they were about to enter the school building like monkeys under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fanshur from the Unification Academy appeared at the entrance and said to Shinya, "Let's go. Student Zao, can I invite you to my office?" At noon, taking advantage of the break time, everyone once again gathered in the activity room of the soft sword department. Zhanya's serious gaze slowly swept over them, causing their expressions to unknowingly become serious as well. Zhanyi said, "Let's talk about this. The punishment has already been decided. I will withdraw from Unification Academy." "What? Withdraw from school?" Kazunori Ichiro, Bobu, and Takali Yajao's expressions all changed in shock. "Sister," Yi also called out worriedly. Seito looked at all of this speechlessly. To him, it didn't make any difference whether he went to Unification Academy or not. He was just a passerby in this world, and right now, Unification Academy was just a place for him to stay. This also made Seito feel nothing about Shinya withdrawing from school. The punishment this time is already considered light. I'll withdraw from school automatically. In short, I'll still be at school this semester. Although there's still less than a month, I've already done everything that needs to be done. After the initial shock, everyone calmed down. They knew that Fanshur's decision wasn't something that they could change just by yelling here, so they all quietly accepted this result. They only needed to wait until the afternoon to clarify some things before they could think of a way to help Shinya get rid of the punishment. In the afternoon, Seito arrived at the soft sword department's activity room earlier than usual. He just so happened to see Yi practicing his sword. However, Yi's weapon this time wasn't the original katana, but a long katana that was over 2 meters long. The oppressive cold air and the strange feeling that the katana gave off attracted Seito's gaze. Especially when Seito looked carefully, the world energy wrapped around the katana instantly became clear. The thick purple world energy was like a protective layer, covering the blade like a scabbard. To the side, the spirit of a naked woman stood quietly, silently watching Yi's sword dance. Perhaps because she felt that she was being watched, she turned her head in surprise and stared at Seito expressionlessly. Those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything made Seito feel uncomfortable. Then, the woman seemed to have discovered something interesting. She walked to Seito's side and looked at Seito from head to toe. The feeling of being seen through became even stronger. Then, the spirit of the woman smiled at Seito and gradually disappeared into nothingness. At this time, Yiye's sword dance finally ended. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing, then sheathed his katana. Achum! Yi saw Seito standing on the side and happily called out. He quickly ran to Seito's side and hugged Seito's arm. You change your katana? Seito asked. Yes, this is our Zeo family's katana. It's called Zero Destruction. Sister usually hides it, but this time I secretly took it out. Yi giggled and said to Seito, Is that so? Seito nodded, then looked at the Zero Destruction in Yiye's hand and didn't say anything. He only thought that this was the second item with such rich world energy that he had seen since he transmigrated. It was just that the female spirit just now. After a while, Gao Liu Xiao also came to the activity room. When she saw Yi hugging Seito's arm, her expression darkened. She quickly adjusted her mood, greeted the two, and went to prepare. Why didn't the department head and the two newcomers come? Gao Liu Xiao finished preparing and looked at the three people who still hadn't come. I don't know. Yi shook his head and looked at the time in confusion. It's really just one or two people and the department head. Gao Lu sighed and complained. However, before he could finish talking about the department head, Zhang Ye's voice began to ring in the school. Yi, where are you? Not good, sister is here. Ye's expression changed. He cutely stuck out his tongue at Seito, then pulled Seito and prepared to run. Why are you hiding? You'll be caught sooner or later. Wait for your sister to come. Seito held Yiye's hand and didn't move. Seito, who knew that this sword wasn't simple, just looked at Yi and said, But if that's the case, Yi whispered hesitantly, and his hand holding the sword unconsciously tightened. What? Seito asked. Yi. Before Yi could answer, Zhang Ye's voice had already rang in the room. She looked at Yi angrily and said, Yi, give me the Zero Destruction sword. That's not something you should take now. Why, sister? Yi looked at Zhang Yi seriously and asked. There's no reason. Give me the Zero Destruction sword. Zhang Yi didn't explain. He just stretched out his hand and looked at Yi. Zhang Yi, maybe you could tell Yi something. Seito looked at the tense atmosphere between the two sisters and interjected. What do you know? Zhang Yi rudely shouted at Seito. How do you know that I don't know? Seito also retorted. He thought that Seito was mysterious. Maybe Seito really knew something. Okay, but Yi has to give me the sword first. We'll talk about everything else when we get home. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Yi, return the sword to Zhang Yi first. I think he must have his own reasons for doing so. Seito pulled Yi's hand and said, Okay. Yi also hesitated for a moment, then handed the sword to Zhang Yi. Let's go home now. Seito also wanted to thoroughly understand the situation with the sword, so he made a rare decision. Okay. Zhang Yi and Yi both nodded. The three of them walked back together, completely ignoring Takagi Yashao, who was doing nothing. This directly caused Takagi Yashao to be depressed and kneel on the side, complaining about herself. Along the way, the three of them were silent, and no one spoke. In this silence, the three of them returned to the Zeo family. Yi habitually made a cup of tea for Seito and Zhang Yi and placed it in front of them. He quietly knelt on the side, but his position was slightly closer to Seito's side. Zhang Yi was silent for a long time. Then he began to talk about the information about the sword and the story about the sword. The story wasn't beautiful, and it was extremely cruel. Hard work. Look at my hard work. If you don't have a recommendation, quickly recommend it. Please vote. Please add it. Chapter 81. Zhang Yi looked at the big tree outside the house with misty eyes and listened to the buzzing of cicadas as he spoke in a low voice. That was 2 summers ago. At that time, my brother was still alive, and I had just entered the Imperial System Academy. Everything was so beautiful for me, the story was both complicated and simple. It was about an older brother who had a serious siscon. Under the flaunting of his younger sister who had a crush on him, he saw zero destruction for the first time. Because he couldn't resist the temptation of zero destruction, he became a homicidal maniac under the effect of the eye of the dragon. The younger sister's new lover slept with the older brother's girlfriend under the temptation of the older brother's girlfriend and learned some truth from him. In the end, the new lover's father schemed and killed the older brother in a martial arts competition, causing the older brother to successfully live in everyone's hearts. The older brother who had a siscon was the dead Zhao Shun. The younger sister who had a crush on him was the current Jinyi. The new lover was Takagi Guangshan, who was still alive but wanted to die. As for the older brother's girlfriend, it was Guyi Jinyu, who had died with Zhao Shun. The father was Takagi Daoxian, the former head of the Takagi family. This is what happened 2 years ago. Now you know why I didn't let you touch this sword. Zheng Yi retracted his gaze and looked at Yi with a sorrowful expression. Sister. Yi lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look at his sister. Then what is this sword? Ito still asked in confusion. He was only concerned about the sword. As for Shun, Guangshan, and the conspiracy, it had nothing to do with him. The saber, Zero Destruction, is a treasured saber that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Zhao family. It is the most powerful weapon with mystical power, and it is also the only weapon that has been cursed. Its specific origin cannot be ascertained. No one knows who made it, nor how it was passed down to the Zhao family. All we know is that this saber can only be used by the wielder of the dragon's eye. Only the eye of the dragon can activate it, Zheng Yi said faintly as he stroked Zero Destruction in his hand. It's a completely useless product, Ito thought to himself. However, he still said to Zheng Yi, Can you let me see this sword? Sure. Shinya handed the knife to Ito. No matter what the reason was, the fact that he handed the knife over so decisively showed that Shinya trusted Ito a lot. Ito took the knife in his hand, and in an instant, a strange power was transmitted from his hand. It was similar to spiritual power, but different from spiritual power. It was similar to Qi. It was a little gloomy. Ito endured the coldness in his hand and sheathed the saber. He looked at the talisman seal on the yellow talisman paper on the scabbard. Due to the difference in the legacies of the two worlds and the fact that it might be a combination of Taoist techniques and yin-yang techniques, Ito did not understand the meaning of the talisman paper. However, it could not escape the effects of sealing and suppressing evil. His left hand held the scabbard, and his right hand gently pulled out the saber. A cold aura spread out from the saber, causing the hair on the back of Ito's hand and face to stand on end. Ito stared at the saber, and a strange feeling emerged in Ito's heart. However, he still could not figure out what was strange about it, just like the talisman paper. It seems that I need to activate the power of the saber to see the true form of this saber. Ito wondered if he should try using his spiritual power. However, when he thought about the spirit shadow inside, Ito felt that he should try to communicate with it using his spiritual power. After all, from Zheng Yi's explanation, this saber was similar to a Taoist magic weapon. Ito held the saber with both hands and looked up at Zheng Yi and Yi. I want to do an experiment. No matter what happens, don't panic. What are you doing? Zheng Yi asked with a frown. I want to confirm something. Ito looked at Zheng Yi expressionlessly, waiting for her reply. Ah Chung, will it be dangerous? Yi was only concerned about Ito, and Yi did not care about the saber at this time. No, I'm sure of that. Even if something happens, at most, you'll be injured. Ito comforted Yi, but what he said was the truth. Really? Zheng Yi asked. Is it necessary? I think it is, Ito said affirmatively. Forget it. Do as you wish. If something happens to you, don't blame us, Zheng Yi said seriously. Don't worry. Ito smiled comfortingly at Zheng Yi, then nodded at Yi. He closed his eyes, and his powerful psychic power touched the saber bit by bit. In an instant, a burning feeling came from the psychic power, and that tiny bit of psychic power was destroyed. This subtle change directly caused Sei-Ito's eyebrows to twitch slightly. Sei-Ito slightly strengthened his psychic power, resisting the continuous burning feeling, and let his psychic power invade the interior of the saber bit by bit, searching for the core of the saber. The moment his psychic power entered the saber's body suddenly lit up with bright light, and countless rays of light surrounded the saber and Sei-Ito, forming runes that circled around the saber and Sei-Ito. Time slowly passed, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Junyi and Yi looked nervously at Sei-Ito, who was frowning and sweating profusely for fear that they would disturb him. In the saber, Sei-Ito's psychic power experienced countless dangers, such as evil ghosts, and hellish fantasies. Finally, it seemed to break through a boundary and enter another level. After passing through layers of fog, mazes, and layers of danger, a huge Japanese-style palace appeared in front of Sei-Ito, and at the same time, a wave of spiritual power spread out from the palace. Sei-Ito knew that he had found the place. Following his intuition, Sei-Ito walked toward the depths of the palace. After passing through several rooms and pavilions, Sei-Ito finally arrived at the core of the room. He stretched out his body and pushed open the wooden door in front of him. What entered his eyes was still the naked spirit that had appeared beside Yi. This time, he was kneeling on a soft cushion and quietly looking at Sei-Ito, who had suddenly appeared. "You're here," the woman said. "You knew I was coming?" Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and walked over to sit opposite the woman. His eyes subconsciously turned to the woman's chest and lower body. Then, he realized that it was a bit impolite, so he resisted the urge to take another look. "When I saw you that day, I knew you would come," the woman said calmly. "Your name?" Sei-Ito asked. "Sakura Knight said. "My name is—" Before Sei-Ito could finish, he was interrupted by Sakura Knight's cold voice. Sakura Knight said, "I know, your name is Sei-Ito. That's right, you've always been by our side, so it's not strange that you know my name." Sei-Ito nodded and asked directly, "Can you tell me about this sword?" "Sure," Sakura Knight answered straightforwardly. Then, under Sei-Ito's gaze, he began to narrate, 2,000 years ago, before my physical body was destroyed, this sword was my sword. It has the ability to nullify all abilities. In order to bury the past, I lived in this sword and accompanied it as it passed through the hands of the outstanding people of various eras. In the end, it returned to the Zayo family and has been passed down to this day. Originally, I would only appear and meet the new owner of this sword when the time comes. I would become a new sword with her and cut off the chains of fate. But Sakura Knight raised his head and looked at Sei-Ito with his deep eyes. You appeared, a person who shouldn't have existed on the stage of fate, a variable, and perhaps a new hope. Hearing you say that, I feel a lot of pressure. Sei-Ito's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sakura Knight say a person who shouldn't have existed on the stage of fate. After hearing Sakura Knight's words, he laughed dryly and said, "All the characters needed for the big show on the stage of fate have been gathered, and the two members of the Zayo family beside you will each have a seat. If you care about them, then let them work hard to become stronger." Sakura Knight ignored Sei-Ito's dry laugh and continued speaking with his cold voice. "I hope that when the time comes, you could become the new light." After Sakura Knight finished speaking, Sei-Ito's spiritual body was suddenly ejected from his sword. A muffled groan came from Sei-Ito's mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. Chapter 82. Achunk. Seeing Sei-Ito's condition, Yi hurriedly called out worriedly. When Sei-Ito opened his eyes, he rushed over and hugged Sei-Ito, looking at him with concern. "How are you?" Junyi asked with concern. "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days." Sei-Ito comforted Yi and Junyi. After taking a sip of the tea that Yi handed over, Sei-Ito first closed his eyes to calm his somewhat agitated mental strength. After his mental strength calmed down, he opened his eyes and looked at the two. "What's wrong?" Jinyi asked, feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Seito. "Work hard. Work hard to become stronger. At a certain time in the future, there might be a big show waiting for you," Seito said in a somewhat ethereal voice. The content of his words made Jinyi and Yiye's hearts tighten, and they were also somewhat baffled. "Is this the information you obtained from a saber?" Jinyi asked as he looked at Seito, puzzled. In her eyes, Zero Destruction was a mysterious saber, but Jinyi was still somewhat puzzled and in disbelief that he could obtain such information from a saber. At the same time, Seito, who could obtain information from the saber and activate Zero Destruction, became even more mysterious in Jinyi's heart. For the first time, she had the urge to get to the bottom of this matter with Seito. Fortunately, Jinyi's willpower was very strong, and she annihilated that impulse in her thoughts. Yes, so, for that moment to arrive, you must work hard to become stronger, to become strong enough to face any danger without fear, Seito said with a rare seriousness. And at the same time, he handed Zero Destruction back to Jinyi. "I understand," Jinyi said with a heavy tone. On the other side, Yi also quickly nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "Although I don't want to say it, looking at the two of you, I can't help but want to say it." Seito looked at Mizuya and Yi with some hesitation. Finally, he said, "Mizuya, if you are still entangled in your feelings, you may become very dangerous. As for Yi, although your eyes are resolute, your emotions are too easily affected. So if you really want to become strong, you have to overcome your mental weakness first." "Yes, I understand." Yi agreed energetically, but Shino didn't reply to Yi Tingqing. He just silently dried the tea in front of him, picked up Zero, got up, and walked out of the room. "Sister?" Yi looked at Jinyi and called out softly with a little worry in his voice. "You should take care of yourself first. Your sister isn't that weak," Seito said as he reached out and flicked Yiye's forehead. Then, under Yiye's cute tongue sticking out, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, beginning to recover his mental strength and the remaining injuries on his body. When Yi saw Seito walk to the side to heal, she left the room. She looked at the full moon in the sky and recalled Seito's words. "I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I will never let Chung down." Early the next morning, Jinyi and Yi, whose mental states had obviously changed, and Seito, who had almost recovered from his injuries, left the Zeo family and went to school together. The three of them each had a weapon in their hands. Jinyi had a wrapped Zero Destruction in his hands. Perhaps it was stolen by Yi once, so Jinyi, who felt a sense of crisis, decided to personally keep it for himself. Yi was holding his famous sword, and Seito was also holding the sword Ito gave him. On the way, they met Takagi Guanshin, who happened to be in a car. The car made a beautiful drift and stopped in the middle of the road. Takagi Guanshin got out of the car and looked at Jinyi. "That is Zero Destruction, right? It hasn't been destroyed yet." Jinyi was speechless and remained silent. Looking at Jinyi like this, Takagi Guanshin suddenly assumed a stance of gathering chi and said, "That sword is a demonic sword, and it will bring death. I want to destroy this sword before the scattered sword patterns on it increase." Just when Jinyi was shocked by Takagi Guanshin's decisiveness and was ready to fight, the two troublemakers appeared again. Bobo and Toyotomi Ichiro rushed over on their motorcycles. As they were heading straight for Takagi Guanshin didn't even think about it and directly punched the motorcycles and the two people on them. The motorcycles shattered in midair and scattered into a pile of metal parts. The two people who fell first quarreled with each other for a while, then arrogantly pointed at Takagi Guanshin and said, "Violence against women early in the morning. You really have the right to do that. Why don't you let me deal with you?" At this time, Bobo also came up and pointed at Takagi Guanshin and said, "You smashed my motorcycles to pieces, and you are responsible for the rest of the payment. I'll make it clear to you in advance. I already know your weakness. But don't worry, I'm a very kind person, and I won't torture you for 3 minutes. I only need 1 second to kill you." Toyotomi Ichiro, on the other side, tacitly agreed. "Are you done? Really? Where did your baseless confidence come from? Not long ago, you were beaten black and blue." Zhenyi angrily kicked Toyotomi Ichiro to the ground, then said to Takagi Guanshin, "Guanshin, you go back first. I will take good care of this sword. You're going to do something stupid again. When will you realize how wrong your actions are?" Takagi Guanshin said angrily to Zhenyi, who was holding 0 destruction. Takagi Guanshin's words immediately provoked the 2 hot-blooded youths, Bobo and Toyotomi Ichiro. The 2 of them condemned Takagi Guanshin for his evil deeds. In short, they had the same meaning. Times have changed. Compared to your time, we have companions, and you have nothing. Then, the 2 of them began to provoke Takagi Guanshin again. They began to criticize Takagi Guanshin's muscles, eyebrows, and clothes. They provoked Takagi Guanshin so much that the veins on his forehead bulged. He suddenly punched the 2 of them and sent them flying. "Your scolding skills are not bad. You found 2 good companions, Zhenyi." After Takagi Guanshin's anger exploded, he regained his calm and said, Yes, you're right." The corner of Zhenyi's mouth twitched. He covered his face with his hand and answered perfunctorily. It was unknown whether he meant good companions or scolding skills. At this moment, a pile of liquid sprinkled down from the sky, drenching Takagi Hiroshi. The smell it emitted indicated that the liquid's true form was gasoline. "Who is it?" Takagi Guanshin turned his head to look for the culprit. The 2 people on the ground shook their heads violently and got up from the ground. They said to Takagi Guanshin, "It's us, idiot. When you sent us flying, a flaw that is twice the size of an ordinary person's appeared on your body." The foreigner kicked the oil can on the ground to the kid, and the kid kicked the oil can into the sky. Zhenyi looked at Takagi Guanshin with some confusion and explained, "I saw it clearly from here. If we only talk about fighting ability, I don't think you'll definitely win. But when it comes to fighting experience, you're definitely not as good as us." The foreigner, Bobo, lit up the fake zipper lighter with a beautiful flourish in his hand and looked at Takagi Hiroshi with a chuckle. "I'm going to start the fire. I'm just teasing you. I'm going to start the fire." Kaze Ichiro squatted next to the fire and teased Takagi Guanshin. He moved the fire closer and closer, and Takagi Guanshin's heart jumped along with Kaze Ichiro's movements. Seito, who was standing to the side, didn't care about Kaze Ichiro's smug look. When no one was paying attention to him, he skillfully shot a sand-sized stone at the back of Kaze Ichiro's hand, causing the fire in his hand to fall onto the gasoline. Boom! The fire instantly ignited on Takagi Hiroshi's body, but except for Kazunori Ichiro, Bobo, and Yi, who had a panicked look on their faces, the others were only shocked by Kazunori Ichiro's reaction. Takagi Guanshin, who was in the fire, shouted loudly. The ki on his body exploded and scattered the flames and gasoline on his body. "All right, Guanshin, you should go back. I still have a use for this sword. I won't let you destroy it. As for the reason, you'll know when the time comes," Zhenyi said after seeing that the farce was about to end. "Do you think I'll go back just like that after seeing this sword?" Takagi Guanshin said. "Guanshin, do you still remember when we used the lottery machine to determine the victor?" Zhenyi didn't respond to Takagi Guanshin's words. Instead, he suddenly said with a dazed expression, "That contest was 2 years ago. We've been fighting nonstop for the past 2 years. It's time to end this contest. However, this isn't a qualified battlefield. This kind of ordinary place isn't suitable for the stage where we've been fighting for the past 2 years. Let's settle everything there for the Sky Viewing Tournament's preparatory final in a month," Zhenyi said to Takagi Guanshin in a firm tone. "All right, but don't misunderstand. I don't have any sentimental feelings or nostalgia for the past grudges with the soft sword department." Takagi Guanshin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes and said with bright eyes, "Of course I know that," Zhenyi said. After all the negotiations were over, the 2 who had already decided on the date of the final battle passed each other. Their gazes were fixed in front of them, as if they could see through the barrier of time and space to the final intersection. My fingers are starting to hurt. Please vote. Please collect. Chapter 83. Although Sister said so, I don't know who's the one who keeps looking at Guanchan Senpai's photo every day. Yi muttered to himself in a low voice, making Zhenyi, who had sharp ears, show an embarrassed expression. Embarrassed. He turned his gaze to the distance. Although I don't have superpowers, I can't understand your true thoughts. However, I believe that you're not just fighting for yourself. Although I don't want to fight too often, there's nothing wrong with fighting once in a while. The foreigner Bobu said thoughtfully. Zhen Yi had a whole new level of respect for him and felt a little warmth in his heart. School, soft sword department activity room. All the members of the soft sword department. Sister, let's have a competition. I want to know what my level is. I want to know how far away I am from you. Chung and Takanari Senpai. In the middle of the room, Yi, who was wearing a witch costume, held a katana in her hand and spoke to Zhenyi with a serious expression. Have you really decided to have a serious competition with me? Zhenyi didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked very seriously. Yes, I want to know the difference between myself and a true expert, Yi said. It seems that you have a certain level of awareness. Then I can't turn a blind eye to this awareness. Yi, I will have a serious competition with you. When the time comes, you have to be careful. Zhenyi put zero destruction on his shoulder and said with a serious expression. Yes. Yi finished speaking and pulled out the real katana in his hand. He faced off against Zhenyi, who was dressed casually. Kaze Ichiro, Bobu, Takanori Senpai, and Sei Ito consciously retreated to the side of the room to make enough space for the two to fight. Zhenyi and Yi didn't immediately make a move. They first organized their ki and adjusted their body and mind to the best state. Then, they used their mind to observe the target and find the ideal position to attack. However, in the end, Yi's cultivation was still insufficient. He was a little impatient and took the initiative to attack Zhenyi. He raised his katana above his head with both hands and executed a Japanese kendo-style downward slash. Zhenyi dodged to the side and didn't even pull out his katana. He directly kicked Yi's ribs, which were under his arms, and exposed the greatest weakness when he slashed down. His kick caused Yi's body to sway and stagger. Zhenyi instantly rushed in front of Yi and squatted down to kick him. When Yi saw Zhenyi's attack, he took advantage of the situation and fell to the ground. He held his saber with one hand and used the other to support himself on the ground. He flipped and stood on the ground again. Then, he used his saber to slash horizontally at Zhenyi, who had taken the initiative to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yi bent down and rushed forward. He held his katana with both hands and slashed diagonally from the side of his body. A silver light flashed, and Zhenyi immediately jumped back 2 steps to dodge Yi's attack. Yi didn't let go of the opportunity. He quickly followed up and waved his katana with both hands. His fast movements turned the blade into a shadow, leaving faint, overlapping traces in the air. It was as if Yi had waved his katana several times in an instant. The scattered light from his katana enveloped Zhen Ye's body. Zhen Ye's eyesight was very good. He looked for a way out in the gaps between the light from his katana. He dodged left and right, leaned forward and backward, and with a few small movements of his upper body and his footwork, he easily dodged Yi's continuous slashes. At the same time, Zhenyi saw through Yi's level. He spun zero destruction in his hand like a stick and held it horizontally in his hand. He held the scabbard with one hand and pulled zero destruction out of the scabbard. Yi, be careful, Zhenyi said with a cold smile. He raised his hands and held zero destruction behind him. Bring it on. Yi knew the difference between him and his sister, but he still insisted. Okay. Zhenyi took a step forward and waved his hands fiercely. The huge inertia drove his katana to chop down. It wasn't like what most people thought, where the katana was too heavy and too long, causing the slightest delay. The huge katana light accompanied the wind from the katana fiercely attacked. Yi could only raise his katana to block. Clang! The two swords collided with each other, followed by a clang sound. It turned out that the sword in Yi's hand directly broke into two pieces. The upper half of the sword fell to the ground because there was no external force supporting it. Zheng Ye's huge katana stopped in front of Yi's forehead at the same time. The cold air emitted by the blade stimulated Yi's skin, making Yi's heart feel cold. Is this the difference between me and my sister? I can't even take a single hit. If it wasn't for my sister's subordinates, I would have definitely been killed. Yi thought dejectedly in his heart, and then his eyes dimmed. Zheng Yi raised his katana with both hands, picked it up from the ground, and put away Zero Destruction. When he saw Yi's appearance, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It must be known that there was a price to pay for becoming stronger. If he didn't know the difference between them and fought blindly, then he would only put himself in a more dangerous situation. So powerful. Kaze Ichiro and Bo Bu were somewhat stunned as they watched the result of Zheng Yi and Yi's battle. For the first time, they felt that the two of them were weak in this soft sword department. You two brats, from today onwards, you have to work hard. You have to know that there's only a short month left. In such a short time, you have to constantly fight against the fierce generals in the school and increase your strength. The competition from now on won't be an ordinary competition. After Zheng Yi put away his katana, he looked at Kaze Ichiro and Bo Bu standing to the side and said, "Yes, if I can increase my strength, even if you ask me to lick this guy's ass, I will do it," Kaze Ichiro said without thinking. "And it's good that you're determined. We will defeat the executive department," Zheng Yi said energetically. "Understood." At this time, Kaze Ichiro, Bo Bu, and Takayu Shao firmly said loudly, "All right, Yi, it's only one failure. At least you know the difference between you and the strong, right?" While Zheng Yi was lecturing the two brats, Seito saw that Yi was still somewhat depressed and walked in front of him and said, "Even so, I didn't think that I would be so weak. Perhaps I am the weakest in the entire department," Yi said without confidence. "You see, this is what I told you yesterday. Your mood is too easily affected. This will affect your fighting strength. You have to know that you're not weak. At least, the two brats being lectured by your sister are definitely not as strong as you." Seito helplessly sighed and said seriously, "Is that so?" "That's true." Yi thought for a moment. It seemed that Kaze Ichiro and Bo Bu were really not as strong as him, even if they had become very strong recently. Immediately, his mood recovered a little, but when he thought of what Ah Chung said, his mood became gloomy again. Then what can I do to overcome my weakness? Yi could only look at Seito with a pleading gaze and asked, "Everyone is different. I can't say anything to you, but there is one thing that most people can do. That is, determine a fundamental goal in your heart, and then work hard for this goal. So, whenever you encounter emotional fluctuations, as long as you think of the goal in your heart, I believe that it will be a lot better." Seito thought for a moment and could only say so. "Goal." Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he looked at Seito in front of him and suddenly decided just to stay by Ah Cheng's side and not be a burden. "Although I am very happy to hear you say so, this goal is not easy to achieve." Seito smiled and rubbed Yi's hair. He suddenly realized that it seemed that he had unknowingly become so close to Yi and could do these intimate actions naturally. Thinking of this, Seito's heart changed a little. "Okay, foreigner, come with me and continue to practice running," Zheng Yi said. "What about me?" Kaze Ichiro pointed to himself and asked. "Wait," Zheng Yi said to Kaze Ichiro. Then, he walked over to Yi and whispered to Yi. During this time, Yi also expressed his opposition, but under Zheng Yi's persuasion, he finally agreed. "You go with Yi. We have arranged a special coach for you," Zheng Yi said as he returned to Kaze Ichiro's side. On the other side, Yi also walked over to Seito and whispered, "Ah, Chung, sister asked me to go to a place with Kaze Ichiro train. It seems that I can get good training there, and I can also control the power of the dragon eye. So, I might not be able to accompany Ah-chang for a while. Is that so? Then you have to work hard. Seito was a little unhappy when he heard that Yi was going to be with Kaze Ichiro, but he still nodded in agreement. After all, it was Zenya's arrangement. I will work hard to become stronger, then stay by Ah-chang's side and help Ah-chang, Yi said seriously. Huh. Seito smiled and did not answer. He was still thinking about the problem between himself and Yi. Then, a little depressed, Yi left the soft sword department's activity room with Kaze Ichiro. The others also left one after another. In the entire room, only Seito was still sitting there thinking. Hoo-hoo. The fifth watch is over. There won't be more tragedies today, right? I want to see what the rush ticket is. Chapter 84. What was he thinking? He was thinking about Yi's problem. In fact, he just didn't know what to do. Seito was an outsider in this world. Originally, Yi was dispensable to him. In other words, Yi was just a soft girl who had thrown herself at him. Seito happily accepted everything about Yi. However, Seito didn't know when it started, but he actually started to get used to having Yi by his side. Seito was always thinking about Seito. Yi's impression of Seito also changed from a soft girl to a good girl who could be raised. Of course, this was only a psychological change. It meant that Yi had a certain place in Seito's heart, and that he liked Yi a little. However, it was still a bit off to say that he had fallen in love with Yi, not to mention that he couldn't do without Yi. There was an old saying that a woman was a hero's grave. Not to mention, Seito wasn't a hero. He was just an ordinary person with a strange existence. It would be great if I could have a portable crystal palace. Seito was bored to death as he thought about it. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a portable toy. Rubik's Cube. Can I bring the natives back to the main world? Seito asked expectantly in his heart. No. Compared to the main world, the natives of other subsidiary worlds are close to spiritual bodies. They don't have a physical body in the main world. They could die at any time because of the changes in the rules. Is there a way to solve this? Seito asked unwillingly. Fill up 10 boxes of energy. Can't you tell me what will happen after 10 boxes? Seito was reminded by the Rubik's Cube to fill up 10 boxes of energy. He asked angrily. However, the magic cube didn't answer Seito's question. Instead, it remained silent. Looks like I'll only know after I gather enough energy. Seito frowned and began to think about the problem of energy collection. After all, no matter what, the goal of collecting energy was once again the most important. Zero destruction is one of the known energy aggregates, but now is obviously not the time to take it. Next would be Kazuno Ichiro, Bobu, Takajika Masao, Takajika Mitsuomi, and several other known purple favored ones. None of them were easy to deal with. In the end, there's still no clue. Seito shook his head in annoyance. He stood up and walked out of the school. Seito didn't know if the soft sword department was too secluded or if the path he chose was too secluded. When he passed by a low wall, he actually saw Isururumi. Isururumi also saw Seito. The two of them looked at each other and passed by each other. At this time, a body full of scars fell out from behind the wall. From the looks of it, it was the executive department's general, Tian Shang. Seito looked at Tian Shang and the panicked Isururumi in astonishment. He thought to himself, is there an internal conflict in the executive department? Before Seito could finish his thoughts, a man with perfect muscles walked out. His shoulders, ribs, and abdomen were all tied up with belts. His upper body was naked, and he looked like a member of an S&M club. He had a beautiful smile on his face. Who is this? Seito could clearly see a different colored aura around the newcomer. His expression didn't change as he looked at the three executive department members' expressions. In the end, Isaru saw that there were outsiders present, so she couldn't say anything to the newcomer. She just helped Tian Shang up and left. As for the newcomer, he smiled at Seito. He tidied up his tattered clothes to make himself look more normal before leaving. However, The killing intent that was clearly directed at him made Sei Ito frown. He looked at the newcomer vigilantly until he disappeared from his sight. For this inexplicable guy who suddenly appeared, Ito Sei was going to go back and ask Shinya if he knew anything about him. After returning to Zeo's house, he surprisingly saw Yiye's figure. Seito was puzzled and asked, "Why did you come back?" Achin wasn't there. Other than me and classmate phone, there were only a few old people. Moreover, they were all surrounding classmate phone. Other than saying some profound words to me, there was nothing else. That's why I came back, Yi happily said to Seito as he placed the dishes in his hands on the table. Is that so? It seems that group of old people is really biased. Seito echoed Yiye's words with a smile. That's right. Yiye's lips slightly pouted as he said gloomily. Okay, don't think too much. Seito comforted Yi, but he didn't see Shinya's figure. He asked, "Where's Shinya?" "He hasn't come back yet." "I thought you would come back with sister," Yi said with some surprise. Is that so? Forget it. Let's wait for him to come back, Seito nodded. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he put down his thoughts and chatted with Yi. After more than half an hour, the childlike Yi returned to Zeo's house. Seito asked Shinya about what happened on the way back in the afternoon, but the answer he got was that Shinya didn't know who that guy was. However, from Seito's description, he gave an uncertain answer. The other party might be the descendant of Cheong family, one of the 12 great clans of Takanaji. However, on the same night, Shinya received news that Kazunori Ichiro was admitted to the hospital. Soon after, he left Zeo's house and quickly went to the hospital to check on Kazunori Ichiro's condition. In Zeo's house, the kind Yi asked Seito, who was beside him, "Is it really okay to not go and take a look? It's not like you don't know my relationship with that kid." Instead of rushing to kiss a cold but with a warm face, it's better not to go. Anyway, I don't intend to have any friendship with that guy. Seito said softly as he lay flat on the floor with his hands covering his head with his eyes closed, smelling the fragrance of Yi beside him. So it's like that. Yi nodded. Although he was kind by nature, he wouldn't do something stupid like paying attention to another man in front of the man he loved. Moreover, that man was someone he didn't really want to come into contact with. After that, the two didn't speak. In the silence, only the sound of their steady breathing echoed. Yi looked at Seito lying on the floor with a heart full of happiness. He thought that it would be great if it could continue like this. The next day, when the soft sword department's activity started, Kazunori Ichiro, who was supposed to be in the hospital, also appeared in the room. It was unknown whether the medical system of this world was too powerful or whether Kazunori Ichiro's system was too inhuman. However, an unexpected person appeared in the room. It was a short guy with oval eyes that looked like an alien. I'm the soft sword department's vice department head Mui Shinichiro. Mui held a box of fruit juice and said. Afterwards, he found out that there was another member of the soft sword department. His name was Kano Kage, and his nickname was Trash. After the efforts of the two hot-blooded youths, Kano Kage also successfully returned to the soft sword department. However, because the method of summoning Kazunori Ichiro was a bit violent, another person appeared on the list of injured members of the soft sword department. Just when the soft sword department was preparing for the finals of the Sky Reading Martial Gathering a month later, the Yinmei clan, one of the 6 great clans of the High Willow and Red Feather clans in the 9 regions, suffered a devastating blow. Only a young clan master managed to escape. A new battle began. So the backstage reaction also needed time. Seeing that the 18 rush tickets were taken, he felt great. Also, inform a certain reader that we went to supplement the Dragon Snake. Then in the group chat with a certain person who practiced martial arts, we found out that martial arts can't leave the ground. Therefore, we can only use some of the descriptions in the Dragon Snake. As for the specific application of martial arts, we can't write too exaggerated. Otherwise, we can only use Huang Yi's method. But don't you feel that it's very strange? Is it? Chapter 85. A few days later in the evening, in order to celebrate the gathering of all the members of the soft sword department, everyone came to Zeo's house to hold a celebration party. For this reason, Shinya and Yi wore a kimono embroidered with beautiful patterns. Under such a feast for the eyes, several boys couldn't help but drink, but after a while, several people who couldn't handle the alcohol fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. Only Sei Ito, who was not drunk at all, and Ichiro Tozu, who was drunk, were left. Looking at Shinya and the other two who were still drinking, Yi, who was somewhat bored, got up and went to the door, looking at the bright and beautiful moonlight, lost in thought. Suddenly, several scenes flashed in Yi's mind. A 10-year-old boy wearing a priest robe was lying in the middle of flowers. His face was full of sadness. Here it comes again. Yi somewhat helplessly rubbed his forehead, but this didn't make the scene disappear. Instead, it appeared more clearly in Yi's mind. At the same time, some scenes related to the Sea of Flowers also appeared in Yi's mind one after another. Looking at the familiar scene, Yi's feet unconsciously took a step forward, walking toward a place in his memory. Don't know if it's the things that those old men said, or if Yi's talent, Dragonite, has begun to awaken. Recently, some inexplicable scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. For this reason, Yi himself was also very troubled. As he walked forward, soon a sea of flowers similar to the picture in his mind appeared in front of Yi. Full of doubts, Yi slowly walked into the sea of flowers, compared the picture in his mind. Finally, near the center of the sea of flowers, he found the youth wearing a priest robe, his face full of sadness. Yi's appearance clearly alarmed the youth in the sea of flowers. When he saw the beautiful girl in front of him, the youth was instantly stunned. It wasn't because of Yi's beauty that made him stunned, but a sense of familiarity and security made him stunned. Then, under the guidance of Yi, the youth quietly followed behind Yi, walked out of the sea of flowers, and returned to Zeo's house. After seeing Yi and the youth brought back by Yi, Jinyi frowned and said, Yi, where did you get this kid? Just now. The dog had a big head, and the moth had a child talking. Yi intermittently described the scene in his mind. Although it was somewhat incoherent, Jinyi seemed to have understood something and thoughtfully nodded. Fengzong Ichiro, who was a little drunk, came to the young man's side. He looked at the young man with drunken eyes and said, This kid is really strange. Hey kid, where did you come from? Parents? As Ichiro asked, he stretched out his finger and flicked the youth's head, completely like a gangster bullying an honest child. Seeing that the youth had been ignoring his question, he said in a somewhat unhappy tone, Is your head empty? Student Feng. Yi shouted at Ichiro's behavior with some dissatisfaction. Although, I'm not completely clueless about this. In short, Yi, it seems that we can't ignore this child. Zhenyi touched his chin and said, NN. Yi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhen Ye's decision. However, Ichiro, who had just been stopped by Yi, looked at the youth's weak appearance, which seemed to be saying, Hurry up and bully me. Under the influence of alcohol, he stretched out his finger and flicked the youth's head again. Yi couldn't help but shout, Enough! When are you going to bully him? Ichiro, who had been stopped by Yi again, looked at the youth and laughed sinisterly. Just as Toyazong Ichiro thought that he had the other party under control, the young man suddenly turned around and looked at Toyazong Ichiro. Then his eyes glowed and a huge dog appeared in front of Toyazong Ichiro. Toyazong Ichiro was so scared that he staggered and immediately sobered up. Ito Mori saw the young man's actions clearly. He looked at him with interest and didn't pay attention to him anymore. As for Zhenyi and Yi, they didn't notice the youth's actions at all. Come this way. Although he didn't know what was going on with Ichiro, the result was obviously for the best. He led the youth in the direction of the bathroom. About 3 days ago, the Yinmei family, one of the 36 branch families, was attacked by F. Probably. Jinyi waited for Yi to leave before he spoke to Ichiro and Seito. As for the existence of F, they already knew of its existence on the day Kazunori Ichiro was injured, and the person who was questioned by Ito, Sei, happened to be a member of F, and also the one who injured Kazunori Ichiro, Chion. They finally made a move, Guang Chun. Zhen Yi muttered to himself after he recounted all the information he had about the Yinya family. Not long after, the youth's venting cries could be heard from the bathroom. It could be seen that he had accumulated a lot of emotions in his heart. Although the story just now was really hard to accept because this kind of thing is unprecedented. Also, if we lose, it's almost certain that this kind of thing will become a reality in our daily lives, Zhang Yi said as he leaned against the doorframe. We in Guangchun are just Guangzhongxing. Why did things become like this? Damn it. Ichiro, who was still living a beautiful life and hadn't come into contact with the darkness, was a bit scared and angry. Because your awareness is different. Seito was still sitting behind the table as he took a sip of sake and said faintly, Bastard, what did you say? Ichiro seemed to want to vent the darkness in his heart as he yelled at Seito. Ah-chung is right. You and I, our awareness is indeed different from Guangchun, Zhang Yi said sadly. So what? Do you have awareness? Who do you think you are? Ichiro still yelled at Seito in a bad mood. Are you sure you want to see my awareness? Can you bear the consequences? Itomori put down the wine glass in his hand and stared at Kazunori Ichiro's eyes. A trace of murderous intent began to fill the room, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop a lot. Ichiro, who was being stared at by Seito, first looked at him angrily. Then he became expressionless. Finally, he turned his head to the side and his hands trembled. When Zhang Yi felt Seito's killing intent, his expression changed. He looked at Seito with a complicated expression and sighed as he turned his head to look at the moon in the sky. At this moment, 4 racing motorcycles suddenly rushed into the Zhao family's courtyard and went straight to the bathroom. Before anyone could react, one of them grabbed a young man who only had a small towel covering his lower body and quickly left. Sister, the young man shouted in horror. Yi, are you hurt? Zhang Yi rushed to Yi's side and asked with concern. Sister, that child, Yi said anxiously. Kid. Just as Zhang Yi was about to call for help, he suddenly saw Ichiro pushing an electric motorcycle over. He said confidently, just wait and see. I can get him back in 5 seconds. Kid, do you know how to ride a bike? Zhang Yi asked the key question, and Ichiro was directly defeated by Zhang Yi's question. Forget it. Let me do it. Seito reached out and took the electric motorcycle from Ichiro's hand. When the latter was about to resist, Zhang Yi stepped forward and pulled Ichiro to the side. At this time, Yi also changed his clothes. His upper body was wearing a corset that looked like an apron, and his lower body was wearing a sports bra. The simple combination exposed most of his skin, and he walked over with a Meiji sword in his hand. Ah-chung, let's go quickly. Although I don't know why, I feel like I'm in a brave state today, said Yi, whose eyes had entered the dragon-eye state at this time. After Yi turned over and sat behind him, Seito instantly revved up the electric motorcycle's horsepower. In just a few seconds, the speed was increased to the limit, and they caught up with him at lightning speed. With the help of Dragon-Eye, the two took shortcuts along the way. After turning an alley, Seito successfully appeared in front of the 4 motorcycles and stopped the 4 people. Notification. A certain reader, I went to Baidu and found that I gave up on the anime because I saw a certain scene. I found that if I write it, I have to make up for it. It seems that except for the kiss with magic, it's too troublesome to make up for the other plots. I'm used to making up for manga and anime, so I'm fast enough. So I need to watch the anime to make the final decision. Chapter 86. How do they catch up with us? Our motorcycles have been modified. The 4 riders were shocked by the appearance of Yi and Seito and did not attack them immediately. Seizing this opportunity, Seito started the motorcycle and rushed towards the 4 people. Yi, who was behind him, unsheathed his katana at the same time and slashed at the rider who was holding the teenager. If their motorcycles were running, they might have been able to dodge Yi's attack, but in a stationary state and distracted state, Yi's attack hit the rider with 100% accuracy. Fortunately, Yi did not have the intention to kill and only seriously injured the other party before withdrawing his hand. The remaining 3 people came back to their senses and complained to each other. They began to run the motorcycles, and with superb skills, They spun quickly around Sei, Ito, and Yi, bringing up gusts of wind mixed with dirt and sand, as if it was really a tornado. Big sister, run! The young man was terrified of these riders. Seeing that they were about to attack, he hurriedly shouted out in worry. Yi and Sei Ito both sneered. Sei Ito used his feet as the center of the pivot, and Lita used his arms to spin the motorcycle along with Yi. At the same time, Yi also quickly waved the katana in his hand, and with the cooperation of Dragon Eye, slashed the motorcycle. When Sei Ito stopped again, the motorcycles of the three riders were directly cut into several pieces. The three people were also thrown out by the huge inertia and could not get up for a long time. Didn't I say that I'm in a good state today? Yi whispered to himself under the influence of Dragon Eye. The teenager who was still tied up was dumbfounded. In his impression, the motorcycle riders were very powerful, but they were defeated so easily. This gave him hope that maybe they could really help him save Yinma. Yi let out a deep breath and calmed down the explosion of Dragon Eye. He walked down the motorcycles and came to the teenager's side, untied the rope on his body, and held him in his arms. After softly comforting the teenager with a few words, he took him back to the Zao family. Going to Kyushu? In the same room as the gathering, Zhenyi, Yi, Sei Ito, Kazunori Ichiro, and the teenager called Chiguei appeared together. Zhenyi, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Yi and Chiguei, who was in her arms, and said, "This child, someone who is like his brother, was captured, and he said he want to save her." Yi carefully said to Zhenyi, who was emitting the majesty of the family head, "Also, I want to go too. Although I haven't figured out what happened so far, I want to see what's going on with my own eyes." Kazunori Ichiro may have been stimulated by Sei Ito's words, and he looked at Zhenyi with a rare, serious expression. No, Zhenyi immediately refused and stated the severity of the situation. Can you all conduct yourselves with dignity? Do you really think you're so great? Our situation is also very serious. If you leave at this time, our combat power will drop very seriously, and we may be defeated in one breath. The most important thing we should do now is to focus on defeating Guangchun. You must not act rashly. Hey, Kazunori Ichiro still wanted to argue, but he was immediately forced to reply by Zhen Yi's oppressive gaze. Zhen Yi said, "Did you forget what you said to me? You said you're my general." At this time, Chiguei, who was originally full of hope, fell silent, lowering his head with a gloomy face. Perhaps because Zhen Yi's reprimand was too loud, or perhaps because Takayuki Ishao and Bobo weren't too drunk, they woke up at this time and asked when they saw the child who suddenly appeared. "Who is this child?" In the middle of the night, Yi quietly came to Sei Ito's room. Before he could do anything, he was startled by Sei Ito's sudden appearance. "It's Yi." Sei Ito's vigilant expression relaxed, and he greeted Yi with a smile. "Achung, I plan to secretly go to Kyushu. Can you accompany me?" Yi asked with some apprehension. "Sure, it's not a big deal anyway." Sei Ito looked at Yi, and Sei Ito suddenly smiled and said when Yi's heart became more and more apprehensive, "Is that so? That's great. Thank you, Achung." Yi jumped up happily, hugged Sei Ito, and kissed Sei Ito, as if he was used to it. Sei Ito also enjoyed Yi's soft lips and chest. When Yi and Sei Ito were about to pick up Chiguei and leave together, they happened to see Kazunori Ichiro, who was about to take Chiguei. After Yi confirmed Kazunori Ichiro's purpose, the three of them jumped off a truck from the overpass leading to Kyushu, ready to be taken to Kyushu. The four people in the truck could clearly be divided into two teams. One team was Kazunori Ichiro and Chiguei, and the other team was Sei Ito and Yi. Although Chiguei used Yi to unite the teams, it was only a superficial alliance. After a long night, the next afternoon, the truck finally passed through the checkpoint and entered Kyushu's border. Yi pulled out the bag he prepared and prepared to take out the prepared food to share with everyone. When Yi opened the bag's zipper, an alien-like humanoid object appeared in the bag, causing Yi to be stunned. When he looked again, he found that it had turned into a strange stone slab. Yi, who roughly knew who was inside, decisively threw the bag onto the road. The person in the bag finally became nervous and quickly shouted, "It's me. I'm here to express my identity." Their playful voices gradually became louder and louder, causing the driver, who was pretending to be deaf and mute, to come out and kick them out of the car. On the side of the road, after a conversation, Mitsui explained why she appeared in Ye's bag and called Shino. Several round wounds that looked like dog bites were all over the blades. "Yi, be careful," Seito said to Yi and took the initiative to attack. His body changed 2 times and rushed in front of the man. Before Seito could attack, countless stick shadows quickly attacked. It was messy but very orderly to cover Seito's body. Asking for all kinds of collections and recommendations. Those are all good things. Chapter 87. The gap is so big. Yi was ready to stop Yi when he rushed out, but soon found that the two were already fighting. He had to hold back his voice and carefully watch the battle between the two. He found that he was not on the same level as the two people in the battle. On this side, Yi rushed in front of the man with his katana. Seito, who was already prepared, skillfully controlled the half-broken katana in his hand. He tried to use the thick side of the katana to meet the edge of the attack point of the stick, so that the katana in his hand would not be broken. Seito resisted the attack of the stick, while slowly closing the distance between the two. Maybe he found out about Seito's intention. The man took a step back and opened up the distance again. "Damn it!" Seito cursed and blocked the attack with his katana, risking the possibility of taking the hit. He shook his foot and bounced up the gravel on the ground. Then he kicked with the tip of his foot. A strange force attached to the gravel silently flew towards the man with the stick. At the same time, the man's stick finally fell on Seito's body. Fortunately, Seito was prepared and desperately avoided the vital parts of his body. Even so, the places that were hit heavily were still bleeding. After the stick attack, the man was finally hit by Seito's gravel in his lower body. There was a muffled groan in the darkness, and then the man waved the stick a few times and quickly left the battle. It was not that the man wanted to leave, but he was hit by Seito's stone with hidden power on his lower body, so he could not leave quickly. Except for people who specially trained there, the lower part of the body was almost always a vital part of the martial artist. No matter how strong you were, as long as you were hit, it would affect your performance. What's more, it was a special attack with hidden power. The pain directly stirred up the spasms in his lower abdomen. Although he could endure it, it was not a long-term solution. "Not good. He's running away." Yi shouted and chased after him. However, Seito was faster. The moment the other party started moving, they left together. The two of them passed through a tunnel, but the other party was obviously more familiar with the terrain than Seito. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Seito's sight. Soon after, Yi and the rest of the group also came over and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, Yi felt a pair of big hands touching her buttocks and kneading them. Instinctively, she screamed, "Ah!" and jumped out, attracting everyone's attention. A man who was only wearing a piece of cloth, his naked body covered in scars, and his hair was tied into a ponytail. He crossed his arms and looked at the crowd. "What? So it's you guys. I almost killed you all," the man said as he crossed his arms. You are. Kazunori Ichiro and Yi saw the man at the same time and pointed at him in shock. Seito was the only one who didn't know this man at all. He only noticed that the man kept glancing at him, so he looked at him cautiously and prepared to fight at any time. "That's right, it's me. I'm one of the 12 Flying Phoenix Divine Generals, the 13th generation SAA Zhuo Lai Ping," the man named Lai Ping said. Then he looked at Seito and said, "You're that guy called Seito? You're really good. You flatter me. Senior, your strength is better than others." Seito looked at Lai Ping and said. However, the corner of his eyes occasionally glanced at Lai Ping's lower body. His meaning was self-evident. The misunderstanding was temporarily resolved. Yi hugged Starved Ghost and chatted with Kazunori Ichiro and Lai Ping. Seito walked out with Mui with nothing to do. After talking, they found out that the two groups of people had the same goal. They were both looking for the Mei family's heirloom, which was the English proverb golden seal. Because he didn't know where it was hidden, Yi activated the dragon eye for the first time. He didn't expect that Yi, who was just trying, would succeed. He quickly found the place where the scroll was hidden. However, he used too much energy and knelt on the ground with sweat all over his face. "Sister, are you okay?" Starved Ghost asked Yi with concern. "But why did it suddenly work? I've tried many times before, but it always didn't work." Yi supported herself with one hand and covered half of her face with the other, whispering to herself, "It's resonance. I heard that it often happens to red feathers people. Even if it's just two people of the same type walking together, Ki will produce resonance and strengthen each other's power. Not to mention, this is the sacred place of the Mei family." Lai Ping, who was looking for the location where the scroll was hidden, explained after hearing Yi's words. "So that's how it is. No wonder my condition was so good that night when Brother Starved Ghost came." Yi thought. Soon, with the information provided by Yi's dragon eye, Lai Ping finally found the location where the scroll was hidden. However, it was a well that looked like an underground pipe filled with water. Everyone was called back, and they discussed who to look for in the water at the entrance. In the end, Lai Ping was one of the candidates because he was light. Kazunori Ichiro didn't know how to swim, Starved Ghost was the same, and the alien Mui Ito didn't know how to swim. In the end, only Yi and Sei Ito could swim. Finally, after discussing with Yi, Sei Ito also became one of the people who went into the water and jumped into the water behind Lai Ping. After passing through a long waterway, the two finally came to the end of the waterway. A stone staircase appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them quickly swam in front of Shurjia and walked out of the water. Then a wooden altar that was half the height of a person appeared in front of the two of them. Lai Ping opened the altar with a stick and found that the scroll inside had already weathered to dust. Instead, there was a small chip-like thing wrapped in a plastic sheet. Lai Ping bent down to pick up the chip and saw Sei Ito behind him. Without thinking, the stick in his hand hit Sei Ito's abdomen. Bang! Sei Ito was already on guard against Lai Ping. The moment he attacked, he dodged, causing Lai Ping's stick to hit the brick wall. "Mr. Lai Ping, what are you doing?" Sei Ito frowned and looked at Lai Ping calmly and asked, "Although your kung fu is good, it is still 100 years behind me. The rest of the matter is not something you children can participate in. Go back obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die." Lai Ping said to Sei Ito with a long stick in his hand, "Whether we participate or not is our business. However, Mr. Lai Ping's actions made me unable to believe your words. So let's fight," Sei Ito said as he stood with his legs apart. His body was slightly squatted and his hands were in front of his chest as he looked at Lai Ping. "It seems that only by knocking you down can you recognize reality," Lai Ping said as his hands made a gesture similar to that of an ancient soldier holding a gun. Suddenly, the gun in his hand turned into a white light and suddenly pierced toward Sei Ito. The passage was narrow and only allowed two people to pass side by side. The length of the passage was exactly the same as the length of the spear. The position of the spear was close to the center. Sei Ito was forced to dodge to the side. Then he saw the white light tremble slightly and shake out a few shadows in the air. They drew a small arc in the air and smashed toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who couldn't dodge, immediately leaned against the wall. Both of his arms were vertically protecting his upper body. A layer of energy circulated around his arms. Bang! The shadow of the stick collided with the arms and made a dull sound. At the same time, the stick that hit Sei Ito's arms was also repelled by the energy in his arms. Sei Ito clenched his teeth. His body was as soft as a snake as he stuck to the stick and fiercely jumped out. He came in front of Lai Ping and leaned into his arms. Both of his legs were as straight as a bow. His strength flowed through his spine and into his upper body. As his shoulders leaned against Lai Ping's body, he suddenly burst out. Bang! Lai Ping, who didn't have time to retract his stick, was immediately sent flying. He was stuck on the wall, less than half a meter away from him. He hung there for 2 or 3 seconds. During these 2 or 3 seconds, Sei Ito took a big step forward and arrived in front of Lai Ping. His hands were like hammers as he smashed towards Lai Ping's abdomen. Why? A large mouthful of gastric juice and saliva came out of Lai Ping's mouth. Lai Ping's eyes were wide open as he looked at Sei Ito with a sullen expression. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was too small for him to use his stick techniques, he wouldn't have been so sullen. Ito-sei didn't stop. His body was like a whole body. His right arm retracted from his ribs and suddenly blasted out. It still hit Lai Ping's abdomen like a spear. Then his right fist suddenly retracted and his elbow still stabbed like a spear. After his elbow fell on Lai Ping's body, his arm instantly bounced up like a spring. His fist hit Lai Ping's lowered face, directly breaking Lai Ping's nose and making his face bleed. At this time, Lai Ping was hit by Sei Ito's series of attacks and directly suffered internal injuries. He weakly knelt on the ground. I've written about Chinese martial arts, but I'm not used to it and it's not very good. Thank you, Stone and Thin Fries, for your tips. I'm really grateful. At least my waist and legs don't hurt anymore. I also have the strength to write. Chapter 88. Cough, cough. Lai Ping leaned on the ground with a stick in one hand and covered his abdomen with the other as he gasped for breath. He stared at Sei Ito with his broken nose and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant." The word arrogant doesn't apply to me. I don't know which shameless old man attacked me first. Sei Ito looked at Lai Ping condescendingly. He clenched his fists slightly and mobilized all the strength in his body, ready to give Lai Ping a fatal blow at any time. Oof. Lai Ping snorted coldly and swept the stick in his hand towards Sei Ito's leg. Sei Ito stepped on the stick, but Lai Ping had already let go of the stick and jumped up. The chi in his body burst out quickly. After jumping on the wall several times, he climbed to another exit above and disappeared without looking back. Only Lai Ping's mixed voice could be heard. "Boy, the next time I see you, I will definitely let you enjoy it." Oomph. Sei Ito looked up at the exit and didn't chase after him. He stepped on a round stick with force and directly broke it from under his foot. The crack shattered into pieces like rotten wood. Sei Ito returned to where everyone was along the original waterway and explained Lai Ping's situation to the others. The alien Twilight called Junyi immediately and told him everything that had happened. At the same time, he also learned about the matter between Lai Ping and Lai Ping's son from Junyi. For a moment, everyone who heard this felt a little heavy. In the end, Kaze Ichiro turned and left in silence. After walking for a while, he said, "Let's go. That old man is the kind of guy who won't listen to simple logic unless you give him a solid punch." Looking at Kaze Ichiro gradually walking away, Yiye's dragon I silently activated. The image of a young man who looked similar to Kaze Ichiro appeared in Yiye's mind and quickly disappeared. Then, Yiyi, along with Sei Ito and the others, followed Kaze Ichiro. Through Twilight's unique tracking method and Yiye's Dragon Eye's assistance, they quickly arrived at Lai Ping's location. What they saw was Lai Ping, who was covered in flames, being beaten by a skinny man who was wrapped up so tightly that only his eyes could be seen. Without any hesitation, Toyazong Ichiro rushed forward and unleashed his dragon-shaped energy art, forcing the staff-wielding young man away and saving Mr. Lai Ping from the beating. The powerful needle forging Qigong continued in a straight line, creating a hole in the car that the weak man had just been standing on. At this time, Yi, who had just rushed up, still used the broken famous katana. He wrapped it with chi and used Iato to cut the tire on one side of the car in half. When all this was over, the thin man reappeared on the tilted roof of the car, but this time his shirt was gone. His upper body was naked, with a mechanical device that looked like a spider's external arm tied to his back. Each of his 8 arms held a long stick. His hands are crossed and placed on his abdomen. His 10 hands are covered with metal rings. Those were probably the sensors that controlled the 8 robotic arms. Around the carriage under his feet, a group of strong men dressed in black like bodyguards stood around the carriage with slender sticks or guns in their hands, protecting the thin and weak man. It turns out that your 8 arms are just mechanical tools. It seems that without the help of the machine and the army, you don't even know how to fight. You only know how to mumble on the side. Kaze Ichiro looked at the situation in front of him and used his poisonous tongue to provoke him. At the same time, he moved his feet slightly. Xiongba, the furthest range of a needle qigong, is 457 meters. The thin man said, "You're provoking me because you want to take the opportunity to get close to me. So don't waste your time." Then, the thin man directly described Kaze Ichiro's information, including height, weight, school, and of course, including information that even Kaze Ichiro didn't know about himself and his parents. Enough. The information was too detailed. It was as if he was standing naked in front of the other party, and the name that he didn't want to remember was mentioned. Kaze Ichiro angrily shouted to stop. "I know your information better than you do. Even your father's information is," the skinny man said with an evil smile. "Kazunori Ichiro, I wouldn't have found it strange if you came to join us. In fact, because Chiong thought too much, not only did he not kill you, but he also deliberately let you go. The reason why Chiong asked you, 'Why do you fight?' is to recruit you to our side and become a member of the new Phoenix Wings F." The thin man put away the evil expression on his face and said quietly. Suddenly, his face changed and became ferocious as if he was going to devour someone. "Of course, I definitely won't agree to such a thing. So don't accept it, little worm." As soon as Duezwa's voice fell, the originally motionless men in black simultaneously pressed the switches on their weapons. Sparks instantly appeared on the long and slender rods, and the weapons in their hands were loaded with bullets. Sei Ito and Yi, as the strongest people in the group, instantly stood up. Before the men in black could react, Yi directly jumped into the air and waved his katana, shattering all the weapons in the hands of the men in black. Sei Ito rushed into the crowd from the ground. His hands turned into whips, and with a pa-pa sound, the men fell to the ground one by one and lost consciousness. This time, Sei Ito didn't hold back and directly hit the vital parts. These men didn't have the strength of Lai Ping, so they were doomed to die. Yi landed on the ground and kicked a long rod into Lai Ping's hands. After Lai Ping had the rod in his hands, he immediately became the main fighting force. He swung the rod with both hands, slashing, sweeping, hitting, and stabbing, knocking down the men in black in front of him one by one. He was the original master of these people, so of course, he wouldn't kill them like Sei Ito. He just wanted to be in contact with these people's fighting strength. However, there were too many men in black, and there were reinforcements at the back. One by one, riders on motorcycles with 6-barreled light machine guns appeared in the field. Moreover, Lai Ping himself had internal injuries, and he was burned and beaten by his son. He didn't have much ki left, and he was able to hold on until now because of his perseverance. At the same time, Ye's situation wasn't very optimistic. His strength was not bad, but his katana was too damaged by Lai Ping. Even if he had ki to maintain the katana, there were too many cracks, and Yi lost his ki too quickly. It didn't take long for him to be covered in sweat. The most relaxed person here was probably Sei Ito. He didn't have to worry about the people on the ground causing trouble for him. There were no other burdens, and he didn't have to mix in with the crowd. It was easy to fight, but there were too many men in black, and it wasn't over yet. Feng Zong Ichiro, who had been watching from the side, suddenly thought of something and punched a black-clothed man in the face. Then, he led a group of black-clothed men who thought he was a fake and wanted to take him down to earn merit, and ran into the forest. Aozwa was still standing on a high ground, looking down at the struggle of the people. He smiled as if he was watching a game of ants. Suddenly, Mui, who everyone thought was just a mascot, rushed to the center of the field, opened his arms, and shouted, "Solar Fist." Then a strong light flashed, instantly turning everyone's vision white. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mui rushed into the forest with the people who had their backs to him and weren't affected by the strong light. On the way, they separated again according to Mui's strategy. Mui led Starved Ghost and Lai Ping back to the car. He took the opportunity to save people and destroy the giant computer that Aozui used to operate the arm. After that, Sei Ito, Yi Yi, and Feng Zong Ichiro separated again. Feng Zong Ichiro stayed behind with the three illusions left by Starved Ghost. Sei Ito and Yi Yi attracted the attention of the men in black, expanding their search area and providing cover for the real Mui and the other two. In the forest, the two moved quickly, and soon most of the men in black were lured away. Then they shook off the men in black behind them and returned to where Mui and the other two were. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded from the tree behind the three of them. "So, you are here." Then, Aozui launched an attack. 8 shadows of the staff came at them instantly. Sei Ito, Yi Yi, and Feng Zong Ichiro were real people, so they reacted quickly. However, the three illusions took all the attacks and were split into several parts by the shadows of the staff. A large amount of organs and blood scattered on the ground. It was a horrible and disgusting scene. Fortunately, Yi Yi and Feng Zong Ichiro knew that it was an illusion, so they did not vomit. However, the disgusting feeling lingered in their hearts. Chapter 89. Watching the illusion of Lai Ping being dismembered by her, Sasuke didn't hesitate at all. She launched another attack at the remaining Sei Ito, Yi Yi, and Kaze Ichiro. In this crisis, Yi only had time to open his dragon eyes, but before he could wield the weapon in his hand, it was smashed into pieces by the roaring rod, completely unable to be used. Fortunately, Sei Ito, who was closest to Yi, stepped in front of Yi and blocked the rest of the attack. That was why she wasn't injured by the staff. Off to the side, Kazuno Ichiro had no intention of dodging or evading. Before the attack could reach him, he gathered electricity from the Crimson Dragon Gate into his fist and punched out with the dragon-shaped energy art, the needle forging art, which he only knew. Sasuke looked at the chi of the needle forging technique and instantly retracted his 8 arms. He used the staff to form a shape that looked like the spokes of a wheel and blocked in front of him. Together with the needle forging technique, the staff flew out. However, Sasuke Ichiro didn't gather much chi in a hurry. In addition, he jumped back and left to reduce some of the force. When the force disappeared, he instantly rushed in front of Sasuke Ichiro. The 8 sharpened spears pointed at Sasuke Ichiro's head. When they were less than 10 centimeters away from Sasuke Ichiro's head, they suddenly stopped. Sasuke Ichiro, who felt death for the first time, was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Looking at Sasuke's fingers moving to activate the mechanical arm, Kazeki Ichiro finally smiled proudly. "Damn, it was a close call," Kaze Ichiro said and pointed at the position of the 3 people who were killed just now. Sasuke Ichiro looked at where Kaze Ichiro was pointing and found that the 3 corpses that were supposed to be lying there had all turned into moths and flew into the sky. "Although I don't know what happened, I'm in a surprisingly good state right now," Kaze Ichiro said as he retracted his finger. His hair also turned black and layers of electric current wrapped around his body. "Earth Dragon Gate," Yuzu exclaimed in shock. Then he remembered that including Zong Ichiro, there were 4 or 5 red feathers here. As Kazunori Ichiro's chi gradually became stronger, the air began to vibrate. He was even more shocked as he said, "This person also has resonance vibration." Sei Ito, who was pulling Yi away, saw the changes in Kazunori Ichiro. He realized that compared to the last time at the bowling alley, the power of the world had decreased, but the color had deepened. "Yi, do you know what happened to Kazunori Ichiro?" Sei Ito frowned as he looked at Kazunori Ichiro. Student Foam? Student Foam had opened the Earth Dragon Gate. The Earth attribute is lightning, while the wheel is red. Yi recalled the teachings of the old men. What wheel? Seito looked at Kazunori Ichiro, who was gradually completing his transformation in the huge red dragon-shaped chi that was visible to the naked eye. He quickly asked Yi, living in each person's body, there are 7 dragons that control metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and space. When people practice martial arts, because of meditation, because of thinking, because of emotions, because of various situations, and when another body emits enough for another dragon to activate, the gate will be open for the first time and produce the power that belongs to it. Yi also looked at the 2 people over there and said, every clan of the Red Feather 6 great clans has their own dragon gate. Think of my family's dragon eye and student Feng's dragon fist. They are the 8th element that makes up this world. The 8th element? Seito looked at the flowing power of the world in the dragon's body and thought of Yi Ye's dragon eye at the beginning and the explanation of the dragon chi. He thought to himself, this 8th element can't be a manifestation of the will of the world, right? If this is the case, then some of the previous questions have been answered. On the other side, Kazunori Ichiro, who had completed his transformation, dragged his huge electric power and smashed the 8 arms that Sasuke relied on to fight with a punch. Sasuke, who suddenly lost his support, suddenly recalled his childhood. When he first entered Sasuke's family, he was bullied by his hypocritical brother, and then he crippled his brother. At the same time, he also lost an eye. As all kinds of memories flashed through his mind, the violent emotional fluctuations directly triggered the bloodline of another Akabane clan hidden in Sasuke's body. The fluctuation of chi that was more powerful than Kazunori Ichiro spread out, and a huge phantom of a demon-like spider emerged behind Sasuke. Several pairs of eyes stared at Kazunori Ichiro, and a huge sense of oppression attacked. This is the power of Akabane. Yi looked at Sasuke in shock and said, once again, Ito-sei was drawn in by the massive amount of world strength contained within the virtual image created by Akabane's power. For the first time, he had the urge to kill off all the members of the Akabane family. He believed that this would absolutely satisfy the appetite of the magic cube and fill up the 10 squares of energy. Fortunately, this thought turned in his heart, but he believed that if there was a chance, Ito would definitely do it. You're wrong. Sasuke said, the mechanical arm sensing gloves on his hand shattered, and his hands instantly turned into inhuman beast claws. Blue veins crawled all over the back of his hands. His nails became as sharp as knives, and his fingers were as thin as lizards' feet. You're wrong, B*TCH. If there was a divine punishment, I would have been punished long ago, because my birth in this world is already a punishment in itself. Sasuke smiled and said something that they didn't understand at all. My cursed power. The Dragon Claw of the Akabane clan, one of the branches of the Akabane clan, the Dragon Claw. Sasuke also completed his transformation. His hands were together, and his slender fingers and sharp nails were like the tip of a spear. He looked at Kaze Ichiro and said, if you have the ability, come and break my real spear. Fierce pull. Then the 2 ability users with the Dragon Claw began a desperate battle in the forest. Both of them were extremely fast. Even Yi's dragon, I couldn't catch up with the speed of their attacks, but Yi could see that both of them were trying to avoid each other's attacks. Amazing. They can only avoid each other's attacks. Their speed is so fast that even my dragon, I can't predict it. Yi muttered to himself as he watched the battle between the 2. They are so strong. Yi said in a somewhat gloomy tone, seeing Kaze Ichiro, who was clearly weaker than him, suddenly become so much stronger than him. Yi felt very uncomfortable. If he could become stronger like this, then what was the point of all his hard work? Ito, who was watching the battle, also heard the gloominess in Yi's words and comforted him. Their strength is only temporary. I believe that Yi will surpass them. After all, you also have the same strength as them, right? Kacha. And Yi was just about to reply to Ito's words, but something seemed to ring in his ears. Yi was stunned and began to search for the source of the sound. "What's wrong?" Seito noticed Yi's abnormality and asked, "Did you hear something?" Yi asked. "No." Seito shook his head and looked at Yi in confusion. "Oh, then it might be my imagination." Yi looked at Seito, who was shaking his head, and said in confusion. However, he was thinking in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Suddenly, there was a change in Kazunori Ichiro's attack. A number of arrow-like rays shot towards Sasuke Asuke's chest, causing holes to appear on his chest. Kaze Ichiro used his blood to condense water droplets and his body to form a bow to shoot out water arrows. This was Cheong's signature move that had attacked Kaze Ichiro before. Because of Kaze Ichiro's sudden change, Zuinatsum instantly fell into a passive position. Moreover, Kaze Ichiro used Cheong's attack to attack from a distance, so he could only close in on Zuinatsum. Almost instantly, Zuinatsum was hit by several water arrows. However, Zuinatsum was not willing to lose. He forcefully endured the water arrows and rushed to within an arm's distance of Kaze Ichiro. He used the only move that he had learned from the Sa family, Rush of One Stab. The killing intent condensed in his hand, which had transformed into a long spear, stabbed out. A ray of light shot towards Kaze Ichiro. Kaze Ichiro did not move. When Zuinatsum's attack was about to reach him, he fiercely punched out. A dragon-shaped energy flew out along with Kaze Ichiro's attack. It swallowed Zuinatsum's attack and then shattered Zuinatsum's arm bone. Zuinatsum's arm was like a rag, dancing in the air. What's going on? Just when Kaze Ichiro's attack swallowed Zuinatsum's attack, Seito discovered that Kaze Ichiro's world force had clearly increased. On the other hand, Zuinatsum's world force was rapidly decreasing, almost disappearing. Looking at this strange situation, Ito Sei pondered with some doubts. Could it be that this Kazun Ichiro can swallow the power of other worlds? Through what method? Could it be that it's an attack? Yi, does the Feng family's Dragon Fist have any special effects? Just like the special effect of your Dragon Eye. Ito Sei quickly asked. I've never heard of it. Maybe sister knows. Yi, who recovered from the strange sound, said, "Oh." Seito nodded and continued to watch the battle. At this time, Yi, who recovered, was shocked by the situation in front of him. Kaze Ichiro's mouth was wide open and his tongue was sticking out. He was like a monster looking for food. That evil appearance was completely different from the usual Kaze Ichiro. Not good, this kid is possessed. Seito also noticed Kaze Ichiro's situation and shouted. It must be known that it was very dangerous for a person to be possessed. They would definitely not recognize their own family and would kill anyone they saw. Kacha! Another sound called Yi's thoughts away. Hearing this sound again, Yi was completely sure that this was not an illusion. It was a sound that only he could hear. But what did this mean? Yi's doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. I was shocked by the latest plot of the Shinigami manga. The first Kenpachi was actually Sister Hua, and she was called 8,000 Flow. What are you trying to do? I was preparing to go to the Shinigami to get Ghost Path power to strengthen my spiritual power. Fortunately, I didn't write it. Otherwise, I would have cried. But it seems like I don't need Sister Hua to say anything. My balls are hurting. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.